Oh, wait a minute. I've got to... let me edit this to go public, and hit save. Says it's live, but
I see the live button, but I do not see the video yet. But it might take a second. Click on the thing. See, I don't see the video started yet.
Yeah, that's cute.
So if I just
We
look
are
under
showing
your
it live.
If I just look under your Football Diehards channel.
Yeah, it should show up right at the top of the screen when it's live, but it's not. It's showing live on the sidebar for me, but I don't see the video.
Seconds to show. That's interesting.
That seems like possible.
I don't like that. I think it just should start. I got it public, and it is running according to the live system.
All right.
There's
Let's give it a second here. Sure, it'll come right up. Probably me. No, it's not me because I can't see it.
Let's see where the draft is. Let's see if they've actually started. Okay, there we are.
Yeah, I don't see the video yet. There we go.
Oh,
It is up. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Football Diehards interactive video for Thursday, August 13th. For tonight's video, we'll be watching Emil Kadlec take part in an auction draft run by the Huddle. We have Emil is here. Emil, how you doing?
doing well. I think looking into the message board on the draft, it looks like they're waiting for one more person before they start.
All right, so we'll get going. And we have the distinct pleasure of having Brad Kruse here, fantasy assassin, a renowned auction expert. I have auction drafted with him and felt incredibly stupid. And if you get this year's Football Pro Forecast magazine, you will find Brad's auction values and auction cheat sheet and auction strategy article in there, as you always will. Brad, how are you doing tonight?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me tonight.
Yeah, and we'll be here to ask questions. If you're in the video, go ahead and ask me in the video chat. If you have any questions, I'll pose them to Brad. I'll answer some that I can in the video while we're chatting. Emil will be focused mostly on bidding, but we'll get some questions in for him as well. And I guess in general, so Brad, I watched or I covered for SiriusXM on the Football Diehards the Flex Draft auction draft about a week ago. And I was following along the values that you put out in the Pro Forecast. You want to talk a little bit, and they were amazingly accurate. They were like preternaturally so. And so tell us how you calculate those. And by the way, this is a PPR draft, a quarterback, 3 running backs, 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end, a place kicker, and a defense. We have a $200 budget, pretty much standard. And that's what the Pro Forecast, values are based on. So tell us how you get to that point. How do you create your values?
So what I tend to do as far as projecting values for an auction, I do 2 things. One is, I download projections from various sites. That determines, what I think each player is going to do. Then I, if like suspended 4 weeks, I'll, substitute their total projection, divide by what they're expected to play, and put a baseline player in the remaining 4, so that'll kind of push the total projection, because that's what I see they're worth. And then I set the baseline player at each position and calculate how many value points projected minus the baseline player. So everyone's got now a set of value points. I divide that by the $2,500 auctioned off and reach value points equal to a proportion of those dollars. And then that's what the is worth between positions. So, and then I look at ADP, and that's going to give me a sense by ADP what the market is. And so then I look at, who's more valuable, I believe, than the market using that valuation model. And then there's always some guys you just got a feeling that can hit a ceiling or you want to stay away from, so you could massage from there. So it's some science, but smart.
So Brad, you put out, you basically have like an initial offer price, right? When you set your values, and then you have a ceiling. A little bit about that.
I mean, my spreadsheet will just have one number in there, but my projections will, I'll move them up and down basically where I think they are between floor and ceiling for the math. That one number in there, but that helps me, try to enforce, not to overspend for a player. Now the auction, as it unfolds, they can be overspending for players, meaning everyone else's value is less because more money's off the table than value's off the table, or vice versa. If people aren't spending enough money early on, it's going to inflate the value of the remaining players because now more money's chasing them than normal. So when you're following the auction in a spreadsheet, you can kind of see that effect live, which is, of course, helpful too.
Yeah, we talk about some of the terms. If you're not familiar with auctions, price enforcing is something I do, and I do it very poorly. But it's an important part of this, right? You don't necessarily want guys to get away with players for nothing, right? So what is the fine line you walk there?
I tend to be aggressive too at times to enforce value, simply because I don't want to be upside down. I don't want to be not spending when the values are to be had. So if people are tentative to bid on those first, second round players that usually auctioned off early, I'm going to go grab value there. And if I spend, at my value or up $1 or $2, that's okay because I'll save that money on the other side. But I don't want those guys going cheap for sure. I'm a little hesitant, low budget, to be caught with a player that's going to screw me up. So while I've got money, I'll push.
Don't like to get caught without the hammer, and the hammer is holding enough money to dominate a particular bid. So Emil, as you're preparing here, we're waiting for the first nominations. You have the second nomination. Do you have a strategy as you're sitting here contemplating who you might put up for bid?
Yeah, I kind of want to get Higbee, and I thought maybe he's ranked around the sixth tight end. And I think it may be kind of interesting to put him out early before things are defined, before a few go, and it becomes more of a desperate situation. And as Brad said earlier before we went live, that because it's an expert league, there's going to be one or two guys out there that really want that guy. So I don't know if there's any real strategy to try and steal him or get him at a low price. Because if you wait to the end and he's like the only guy left, the dollar value could be increased. So I'm contemplating that, or putting in a third or fourth or fifth quarterback to kind of get a level of quarterback started. Because I'm going to go QB late. I'm going to take 2 quarterbacks late. So I kind of want people to spend a bunch of money at quarterbacks.
Will you be, do you have like do you have some players that you have specifically targeted beyond, the starting point? There's some guys that are on a list, or are you just kind of going to, we all have players we like, right? So,
yeah, and I got the
maybe
stomp.
that's that simple.
Yeah, I got the stomp where I went through the stomp tool at Football Diehards and put all my little target players. I've got, I have Higbee, I have Hawkinson real late for Detroit. At running back, I have Drake and a handful of other people's, Akers late, maybe Ronald Jones, Swift, etc. So they're all bolded on my cheat sheet that I've printed out that has the auction estimated values on it. So we're just waiting for these fools in this
Yep.
room to start.
Everyone should check out the Stomp. The Stomp tool, great tool, allows you to kind of figure out where, it works with ADP, but it kind of advises you if there are players you really like, where you can draft them, the sweet spot to draft them, and ensure you get them. Always a tricky thing, even trickier in auctions. So the thing about auctions, everybody, and again, some of you out there may be new to auctions, is unlike a regular draft, I mean, everyone is available to you, right? Every single player. So if you have the first pick in a draft, you're going to get Christian McCaffrey if you want, and nobody else is going to get a chance. In an auction, everyone gets a chance to get everybody. We have a $200 bankroll. As a general rule, Brad, I mean, I know, I kind of go by the, quarter or so on the top end players, but I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, right?
No, and this is one thing you've got to be really careful when you change formats and 12-team leagues, 14-team leagues, 16, 18, 20 positions. McCaffrey's always going to be the first guy, theoretically the most expensive. But how much money is chasing those guys? It's very different. So like a 12-team league, you might go for $60, but a 14-team league, you might go $70 because you've got that much more money in play, but still the player pool's the same.
So one of the things that I've noticed is, wherever it happens, the end of a tier forces prices up, right? So like maybe someone will get Christian McCaffrey for a surprisingly reasonable price, right? Whereas Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb suddenly is going for like a very similar price because they're the last guys in maybe that top tier. They're going a little later, and there's a little panic buying, right? Is there a way to avoid that if you're in that position?
The way to avoid that is not wait for that guy. So, it's natural, right? It's like the last guy, and people who didn't get in there are all going to try to get him for a price, which is going to drive him up. So if you want that guy, and it's your nomination, throw him out when there's still a guy left in that tier. And maybe there's a lull and you could get him a little cheaper. But really what you have to do is just recognize what the value of that tier is. And there's some guy going to be lower than the others. When he presents himself, unless he's not on your avoid list, I just take that guy. And
right, and that's always something to watch out for. So you get a chance at everybody. You also get a chance to become over emotional with each and every pick, and this is something Brad excels at. Not getting emotional, cool, calm, reason throughout a draft, even when he's we're down at the end. And that's where it gets interesting, right, Brad? That's where you maybe make the most hay, is when you're getting those dollar players at the end of a draft.
Yeah, and I mean, it's real interesting. Usually you can tell, earlier which guy is going to want the guy you like, either because the framework of his team, or he's going after those pass catching backs or whatever. You kind of get a feel that, okay, this guy's on me. I look at my budget, look at his budget, how many players he's got left. And, sometimes he's got the hammer on you. And in that case, I try to push some noms up that he can grab. I try to get his roster filled before that guy I want.
It looks like we're still waiting for one drafter to come in before the nominations start. So stay tuned for that, everybody. We'll get rolling pretty soon, and we'll kind of talk how the nominations are playing out. And you can follow along on the screen as you see, as Emil pops in his bids and goes through this. And I guess in nominating strategy. So here's a question, Gerald Smith on the YouTube, Brad. What about nominating players that maybe people aren't really going to be that interested in? Is there a value to that? He's talking about Tua Tagovailoa. Is that somebody that might be worth nominating earlier? Is there any value to that at all?
If he wants Tua, I imagine he'd walk for $1. You could probably nominate him at $1 and take him. If he doesn't care whether he has Tua or not, and he's like a good backup quarterback for him, nominating him for $1 is great. And then if someone else takes him, they're overpaying. So.
And we have the beginning of the auction has begun. Mark Andrews, tight end from Baltimore, was the first player drafted. The current bid is $15. So we'll see. Going up slowly here, and we'll see. How do you feel about Andrews this season, Brad? Your level of confidence in him continuing to perform at the level he did last year?
I think he's in a good spot, right? I mean, COVID, you never know what's going to happen, and diabetic, so he's a little more risk than the other guy. But, you know, he did great hard, you know, his rookie year. He followed up great. Like, there's no reason to think he's not going to be a top 3 or 4 tight end.
He went to the huddle at $16, which is a little lower than your pro forecast value. I think this is not unusual early in a draft, right, to see guys get some pretty good prices, and Emil is the current nominator. Who are you nominating, Emil?
I nominated Higbee for $1. He's up to 5.
I won't take it. It'll be interesting where he goes. But is that, Brad, something that you find in just in general that people are maybe a little more conservative early? Is there a way to leverage that? Maybe go McCaffrey or someone like that early on and try and get a better price?
You know, usually the top guy, you know, doesn't fall victim to the lull in an opening of an auction because everyone kind of thinks they know the price of the top guy. But it is these random guys that get thrown out there that people like okay,
Emil was just awarded Higbee for $6, so that kind of seems like it would be a pretty reasonable price, right?
I think he's an 8th, 9th round player, and that's kind of where he belongs, I think. So.
Yeah, again, if you're following along in your Pro Forecast magazine, as you should be, as I am, that's slightly under the low end value that you have in the magazine. The same was for Andrews, and so the last auction I watched was McCaffrey going off for about $55. Which seemed like about a $10 discount, right? Which is worth something with a $200 budget.
For sure. I mean, $55 for McCaffrey coming off a 450-point year is good value because a lot of people like him as the clear number 1, and so he's swilling into the clear 50 and probably get to 60 in the love auction.
DeAndre Hopkins on the block now for 33 as the current bid. So, Emil, you had something?
Yeah, 33 Hopkins is gone. What you're going to find out, Bob, from draft to draft, just like a normal serpentine, is all of a sudden you'll see the values be completely different than what you've got on your cheat sheet, and you just have to kind of adjust. Somebody in the room just said they were in a draft yesterday, and Christian McCaffrey went for $83 in a 200 budget league.
Wow.
See, yes.
Or a 12-person roster league. I mean, all those things, you know, change.
Yeah, and I think who's on bid right now? Oh, Jackson.
It's Lamar Jackson is up right now. I've seen him go early been thrown out early a lot of times. $17 is the current bid. But yeah, I guess that to me it seems like you maybe avoid a little of the desperation and a little of the motion early on. I mean, I'm kind of the opposite, so I might drive the price up if I was in this. But the last few I've seen has kind of worked out that way. Lamar Jackson up to $18. Brad, we have a question from a first-time auction. Steve Dowler on YouTube he wants to know if it's best to try to capture 2 to 3 studs, then fill in with value, or sneak the value in early before bidding heavy with studs. Seems like it could go either way, right?
Yeah, I try to stay open when I enter an auction and not decide the approach. I'm very open to grabbing a couple of first-round players or first and 2 seconds if people aren't pricing them right and they're available. But I'm also, what's more common these days is everyone goes after studs, is that those are very high priced. I try to get one there that's reasonable, and then I load up on those 3rd, 4th round guys. Maybe skip the whole 2nd round. Because the price is going to break. You know, if people are overpaying for those top 18, 20 players, then you're going to get discounts in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round because the money's got to come from somewhere, and it's most likely to come from the adjacent rounds.
Thanks for the questions, everybody. Keep them coming. I'll give Brad's opinion, Emil's opinion as we go through this and kind of figure out what we need to do to help you. And we see another quarterback off. Patrick Mahomes went. So we had Lamar Jackson going off for $21. That seems like a good value. San Francisco's defense early, $2. And now Patrick Mahomes, the bidding is at $20. So I think I've noticed this in the auctions I've been in so far, or the auctions I've watched, has been seeing Jackson and Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes both nominated fairly early. And Mahomes, $20 as well. This this follows what I've seen before so far this year?
You know what? I see this in auctions frequently. So like the ADP for Jackson and Mahomes are like second, third round, right? Like second, early third. In the leagues I've seen, which would be like a $30 guy. But in auctions, it's always cheaper for those top quarterbacks. The auction players are, I think in general, are sharper than the drafters. And so they do not pay for quarterbacks. So if you like a quarterback, an auction, getting him cheap is the way to go.
Sorry about that.
Christian McCaffrey up to $61. So we'll get a little test here early on.
Yeah, that's definitely going to set the situation for running back.
It seems like always one for 61.
Yeah, it is always interesting. It seems like people will die out at 59, and who will put the 6 on him, and then a lot of times they won't go to the 61. If they go to the 61, it might go 62 or 3, because now 2 people have been willing to put a 6 on him. That just seems to be human nature.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire nominated by Fantasy Sharks, opening up at $35 here. Right out the chute, 36. Don't think he's going to go too cheaply. You're looking at a mid-first round kind of player at this point. The ADP rocket was slapped on his ass by the opt-out by Damian Williams, and we saw him jump immediately into round 1 territory, and now here he is at 37. Your level of confidence in him, Emil, this season?
Wow. Yeah, he's going to get opportunities. Obviously, it's the place to be for him. I just worry about it. Obviously, it's up to $42, so you're spending a lot of money on this guy. He's got to produce, and of course, he's in a great place to produce. I have trouble spending a number 1 on him. But maybe
$44 is the current price.
Yeah, I mean, he does seem to get drafted at his ceiling, right? I mean,
right. So, Brad, let me ask you, because I've been talking about this a lot. We're drafting everyone at their ceiling right in the first round. I mean, pretty much. So is it just that it's the sight unseen ceiling that's scary, right? For these guys, for a guy like Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Well, fair point. McCaffrey's drafted at his ceiling because he goes 101, right? But with Helaire, his floor is a lot shakier than guys who they're going to get 70-80% of the touches. He's coming in. I mean, they've already talked about he's going to split carries with Washington. Is he going to get the third down? Can he do the blocking for Mahomes, or are they just going to send him on routes all the time? Kareem Hunt, the rookie season was fantastic. He didn't break 300 points. And so if Helaire can duplicate Hunt, you're not getting a 300-point back, and you're going mid-first.
Saquon Barkley up now, starting bid of $40. Edwards-Helaire went for $44. And Matthew Stafford went for $6. And we're at $49 for Barkley, $50 quickly. I saw an interesting strategy, and maybe something you could talk about a little bit, Brad, is in a recent auction I saw early nomination of Stafford right when he went on the COVID reserve list, right? So is that, and someone got it for like $2 with the third nomination. Is that a case of like the people letting their emotion, that narrow band of information, looking down the drinking straw and letting a really high-end quarterback go for next to nothing just out of the momentary fear?
I think it's probably a combination of, there's a little bit of risk here, so I'm going to move them down my rankings. And quarterbacks are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, I like Stafford. What his ADP is, somewhere in the 10 to 13 range. So he's going to be typically a $5 guy.
Travis Kelce up on the board. We'll see if he can get that $57 million he got earlier today.
Yeah.
Probably not. Up to $21. Be interesting to see where these tight ends go. So your approach with quarterbacks, and Emil, jump in when you want. I just don't want to keep you from bidding. We're focusing on what the bids are. And so, but just in general, what is your approach with quarterbacks, Brad?
For I'd say 9 times out of 10, I'm one of the last guys to grab a quarterback in the draft, if not the last. I caught before, like, not taking a quarterback until the 20th round. When that happens, I really look at the schedule and look at who the week one opponents, who are the guys who are going to be out there. And I take an easy week one, and I did that 1 year and got the 6th highest scoring quarterback.
Michael Thomas.
And then just worked it from there. So.
Emil got Matthew Stafford for $6, so he's got Tyler Higbee and Matthew Stafford $6 a piece. That $6 kind of corresponds with what you had in the pro forecast, Brad. Are you pretty solid start for Emil?
I think so. I mean, he's not spending his money right now. He's powder dry, and we'll see what big talent he goes for. But he's got a good upside tight end and an underrated quarterback in Stafford, who was on a
going once
here before he got hurt.
And Michael Thomas up to $42.
Well, I wanted those two guys. Somebody
Going
nominated
once.
Stafford. I thought 6 isn't too bad. That was about as high as I was going to go because
going twice.
I've got a lot of guys in the middle of late rounds, and I want to take 2 quarterbacks.
You're on deck.
That's still not bad. Of course, you push it to the level that I am too scared to as far as maximizing some players.
Antonio Gibson.
Going cheap, but you're the guy who wins, not me. Thomas gets 44. That's a little lower than I thought he'd get. Michael Thomas.
Yeah, that's a really good price.
Going once.
That PPR league. The roster is a little different here.
Going
you have 3
once.
running, 4 receivers, and no flex, right?
Yeah, there's no flex. 3 and 4.
Going twice.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little more.
It's your turn to pick.
A typical W.
So you're up, Emil.
I'm going to play your little game, and I'm going to throw out well, I guess the top 2 quarterbacks went, but I don't mind putting quarterbacks out right now just to get people to spend money.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You got it.
I've got Stafford, and I'm going to be taking somebody I'm going to be taking somebody lower ranked than Stafford, maybe a Tannehill. I don't think I'll be able to get
Going
Daniel
once.
Jones. He's too hot.
But keep your eye on the guys higher ranked too, because if there's a lull, don't be afraid to scoop in him.
That's a good point.
Going once.
Well, Prescott's right
And
now.
maybe you
7.
could switch your auction commenter voice to none.
Yeah, I'll do that here in a sec.
Thank you.
Let's see. It always refreshes it for some
Going
reason.
once.
Yeah.
Okay, it should stop now.
Yeah, there you go.
So Prescott's up to 9. It's not a huge number.
Yeah. So this would be where I'd be tempted to play prices for, so I'm going to be going, no way. And it will often bite me, and recent auctions, $10 up through there. So, Brad, is this just a matter of controlling your emotions, not being aggressive, and knowing someone's going to get a bargain even if you don't want?
Yeah, you're talking about bidding. So, I mean, Prescott, $10 to me, that's a 6th round guy, late to mid 6th round, which is probably about right for Prescott, right?
Yeah, see, even a little earlier in some drafts that you'll see. So, yeah, it's fair. I think Antonio Gibson for 6 seemed like people are getting caught up a little bit in the emotion there too. Kyler Murray on the board for $8.
Yeah, Gibson's, there's a lot of variance in, I've seen him go as early as the 7th and as late as the 9th. $6 is kind of an 8-9 turn price. So it's probably in the lower half of where you would expect. But that's kind of where Alvin Kamara went his rookie year in Vegas. So if people are likening him to Kamara, uncertain depth chart where he's going to be. Kamara was kind of locked behind Peterson and Ingram, but you don't really know where Gibson is. Where's Bryce Love? Where's AP? Where's
Right. It's a tricky situation. I mean, even for whether you're in redraft or whatever, it's going to be a tough call for you. But when the money's on the line.
Yeah, and there's no preseason, so normally you come in with a lot more information than you do this year.
Ezekiel Elliott on the board for 40. You got to get in on this, Emil?
No.
Do you have any particular high-end guys that you're targeting, or are you going to kind of wait for targets of opportunity?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, and here's where I usually fail. And if I want to, if I correlate to, like Brad says, to the first round, I need to take one of the top, 5 or 6 running backs, or maybe the top 1 or 2 wide receivers. Now I've got Drake that I've been taking, but maybe I can get a Cook or Kamara a little cheaper than the top 3 running backs just went. So, but what I end up doing is I don't get a top 10 running back and I don't get a top 10 wide receiver, and I fail. So I need to get one of those guys, essentially pick a player in the first round. And, you got to watch it or you end up missing the boat.
So we have the Blitz podcast now has Saquon Barkley, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Christian McCaffrey on their roster.
Wow.
Trying to see what their remaining budget is here.
And this is the Blitz podcast?
Yeah, the Blitz podcast.
Well, Ezekiel just went for $55.
Barkley.
People are sniping defense.
Yeah, he has spent $159, so he's got $41 left. He will not be holding the hammer for a while.
Yeah, that's
but he may have he's holding the roster hammer, right?
CEH is gonna, if he hits, then he's got 3 stud running backs. If he misses, that's $44 that he's gonna have to get some low-priced winners to recover from.
Looking at a couple other rosters, as we mentioned, Emil has right now Tyler Higbee and Matthew Stafford for a total of $12, which is not too bad. Dak Prescott and Mark Andrews have gone off the board to the Huddle. Football guys, Jeff Hasley has DeAndre Hopkins. Kyler Murray to USA Today Sports, Patrick Mahomes to the Sportsbook Wire, Antonio Gibson on one roster, Michael Thomas, a lone man on a roster.
Going twice.
Gridiron Experts has no players. Fantasy Sharks has Lamar Jackson and Travis Kelce.
Going once.
And Big Guy Sports has 49ers defense.
Going once.
So this is
interesting to see what the Blitz podcast does, right?
Yeah. So once Jones goes, I'll make
going twice.
Big Guy probably came in, or Blitz probably came in and said, "I'm going to get 3 big running backs." So they're Aaron Jones, $28. That's a pretty inexpensive compared to his ADP.
Yeah,
right.
You're looking at about a second round guy right now.
Yeah, and 28's maybe an early third, right? So you I think you save $3-4 off of him. Or whoever acquired him, the Gridiron Experts. But it could be, so Big Guy went strong running back. There might be a handful of guys trying to kind of zero RB it and get big receivers. And so, there might not have been guys trying to get a big running back, or people are just down on Jones, or, people, because to me that's an example of there's a second round running back that, when you look back at it, might have been the 26th or 27th highest awarded player. And that guy got some money.
So a couple questions here on the YouTube. Alvin Kamara is going currently at $43. Stephen Dollar wants to know, Brad, if it's a good practice to establish a budget rate per position. Do you want to spend X% on running backs, or is that more a narrower band for you?
So, most leagues I play have at least one, usually 2 flex positions. And so I don't really, focus on a per position budget. I try to put a number of the players so it's cross. But again, I'm operating with a spreadsheet. So if running backs are going more pricey, they're sucking money away and everything else goes cheaper, right? Mm-hmm. It's just like a RB drafter, right? If you don't have a running back in the first 6 or 7 rounds, you can still make it work if you've collected the talent elsewhere. What you don't want to do is stay out of those first 3 rounds, because you're going to have too much money for talent that's remaining to acquire.
And that's my middle name that I'm going to try and solve today.
Alvin Kamara is at $55. That's pretty steep price there, based on where Christian McCaffrey went. So Current high bidders, USA Today. I think that's Steve Gardner in there. Just for you, Evil, as well as Brad, I'll start with you, Evil. Question from Philip Kleins. Are you buying the hype that says Aaron Jones is going to have a downgrade year?
To me, it's so hard to get the 14 or whatever touchdowns he had
19
last year. 19. You just can't get that many. But how far, I think I got him at 28. That was a good value. And he's not really one of my target players, so I let him go.
Yeah, he's not priced to repeat last year, right?
Correct.
I think the fantasy world is properly discounting that those touchdowns aren't recurring, especially with A.J. Dillon on the team. But will those catches?
Yeah.
They don't,
and really Jonathan Taylor on board now.
Yeah, I just put a bid in at 25. We'll see. That's a bit high, but we'll see.
Yeah, your previous bid was 24. Brad, are rookies a little more difficult, a little trickier to deal with?
Always, but I did. I think I did an article 6-7 years ago, and the rookie running backs, in the RB 17 to 24 range, tended to outperform their veteran peers at that rank. And then I updated that article this year, I think, in Pro Forecast, where the market seemed to have turned, and now they were tending to fairly value them based on, I think, the recent success of rookies. I think, what did Taylor wind up going for 26? It's mid-third round. I mean, it's $2 away from Aaron Jones. I think that just continues.
I think that's pretty high price. Seems like. I mean, for given his ADP, he's fallen down into the 4th, 5th round even in some drafts.
Yeah, I think he's moving up, but I've seen him as late as that 4 or 5 turn, but I've also seen him early 3rd. So it's... Yeah,
I've drafted him even earlier, but that was before Frank Reich told everybody that Marlon Mack was the starter, and that's always something we've got to watch. This, the blurbs, right? They will get you many times if you're not careful. What happens today is not necessarily what's happening 3 weeks from now, and things move fast in August.
Yeah, we saw that with CEH, and then who else was recently? Antonio Gibson with Geis cut.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little too much. Dalvin Cook, player I like an awful lot. $33 is the current bid. Be interesting to see here. Kind of buying Gary Kubiak a little bit when you're buying Cook, perhaps, right, Brad?
Yeah. I mean, you notice that Elliott went for more than Kamara went for more than Barkley, right?
Yes.
So with Cook, I think you might be getting a last man in a tier kind of situation. He's normally a mid-first guy, kind of $45, but his ceiling is as high as these other guys, and so people who didn't get the top 4 backs are saying this is the last guy, right? With that kind of ceiling.
Yeah, he's kind of level there.
Yeah, 52, kind of going up a little more incrementally here. And I guess we'll see probably a similar thing again when we hit the next end of the next tier and next tier when the inventory is running out, the people want to buy. Ask everyone who didn't have toilet paper 3 months ago.
So he's $1 cheaper than Barkley, right? So what did Elliott wind up going for?
Elliott for 55.
Yeah, so it was 56 for Kamara, 55 for Elliott, 55 for Barkley, 54 for Cook. But you don't see Cook, he's not the consensus 5th guy off the board. You got the other guys are consensus top 4. Cook kind of ranges from 5 to 8 or something. But it was that scarcity that drove him. Kittle.
So Andrews went for 16. Kelsey went for 22. So you would suspect Kittle would be close to Kelsey there. He's already up to 20.
Yeah. 21 is quickly up to 21. Let's see if that keeps holding. If you're out there in the YouTube chat, keep peppering us with questions. I'll pass them along to Emo or Brad as sees fit. $22. Do you feel like, Brad, or I just a curious question, are you a early tight end, or, you know, let's say this is a redraft, are you looking to get one of the early tight ends, or are you satisfied waiting? You feel there's better value later on the guys with the upside, but not the proven commodities?
In tight end premium, I tend to want to have, you know, a top 6, top 7 tight end on the team. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and then I've got a list of names I'll go collect 2 or 3 of and hope one pops.
Kittle gets another big payday, $23 here.
And again, this is not a flex league, so you can only start one tight end.
Yeah, that also matters. Yeah.
So, Brad, the question is from Philip Klein: do you believe it's worth it to spend 1/3 of your total on one player, like McCaffrey or whatever? Is 1/3 an upper limit, or you're not going to touch that range?
I'm not. I tend to stay away from the top guy unless, you know, I wind up. I think in King's Classic last year we auctioned together. I got McCaffrey, but it was one of those things. He was an early nom, and people didn't drive up his price, and so I got it. So I'm not afraid to enforce value of that top guy, but it's not my strategy to go spend money. The top guy almost never repeats as the top guy, so you're almost by definition over it.
We had Will Fuller just went off, I think, for what, $17. Wow, it seems interesting there. Seen him going, eighth, ninth round.
Yeah, that's a big number for him.
Here's Emel's guy. Let's see if he jumps into bidding here on Kenyan Drake.
I nominated him, so hopefully I'll bid, but it's already a little higher than I'd like. But I ranked him 6,
$22
so he's right below those 5. See, here I am again. I just don't want to spend the money.
And do other people hear us live, or?
Well, 10 seconds delay.
Not the other drafters.
Not the other drafters. Okay. So yeah, I mean, he should be a $38 to $41 guy, I think.
Oh, late pick. Somebody just went in, beat me out.
Yeah, someone's not letting him go for that.
I literally almost had him.
Yeah, Philip, as a general rule, you know, the upper end, you're maybe looking to spend 25%. Seems like a reasonable amount, but I often see people blow past that. None of those people are Brad Kruse, though, who wins these things all the time. Or very, very rarely would that happen. $36? Ooh. And fantasy alarm bumps you up $1.
Yeah, right at the last. Bumped him up too. Oh, you got him. Good job. I think that was a good price for him. Actually, I was saying he'll bump him up. Yeah, you overbid you by 1, so you had to go over.
Emil lands him, and talk a little bit about that, Brad. You suggested go up by 2.
Well, I was saying when he outbid him by 1, then he had to go up another 1. So he moved. Emil's bid moved up by 2.
So this is an interesting question. Deshaun Watson on the board, starting at $4. From Robert Sabini. When bidding on a top tier RB, are you factoring in how much their handcuffs will cost?
Sometimes I do, especially if there's
Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook, you somewhat have to, right? Because you got this hold-in risk and history of injury. That's what makes McCaffrey all that more attractive. Because if you want to handcuff him with somebody, I don't know necessarily if we know for sure who that is, but he's only going to cost $1.
Yeah, it's kind of we've heard the Mike Davis talk. We know Reggie Bonifant is there, so who knows? That's kind of and I think Kenyon Drake might be similar. Emil, do you consider him having a clear handcuff? Is it Chase Edmonds? Is Benjamin going to sneak in, or
that's an
if you got to that point?
You can just, if you want to handcuff him, and if he's a quote unquote number 1 pick, it's something to think about. But man, you can get Chase. If you can't get Chase Edmonds for $1, I'd be stunned. So you just have to pick what you think and spend $1 if you have the room.
I hope nobody nominates him early. Tyreek Hill up in the $39 range. It seems like about where he'll go, Brad.
I think that's cheap. I like Hill. Now again,
How high would you
running backs
go?
39.
I mean, I you know, in non-tight end premium leagues, you know, I'd put a 4 on him for sure. Put a 40-something. I think he's one of the top 3 receivers. So I think.
And he
he's
went
a
for
first
39,
round.
so a fair value there for Fantasy Alarm.
I think so. Yeah.
You can get some of the rosters. Emil now looking like he's probably pretty happy with players I know he likes. Stafford, Higbee, and Kenyon Drake. So that's a nice start for you. Nice start, Emil. How are you feeling about this?
Not bad. I'm trying to break my habit of not spending high on a first-round pick, so I took Drake. So I'm trying to follow Brad's advice.
You have $150 remaining, so you've spent a quarter of your budget on 3 pretty high-end players, or players capable of producing certainly at a high level. Higbee, no one produced higher level than him the last 5. He was playing in wide receiver, I think, what was it, 10 or so level the last 5 games of the year, if he can carry that over. And, of course, Matthew Stafford was also playing well, and Kenyon Drake, all among the top scorers at their position while they were on the field.
I've changed my team name to WWBD. What would Brad do?
I don't know. Do we know who's bidding for Fantasy Alarm? Let me see if I can find out here in the back end. Fantasy Alarm. I thought it was. No, I don't see the. I don't see who's drafting.
Miles Sanders is going. He's up to $34.
I think the first round price.
Yeah, the sharps out there are taking him in the first round. So be surprised.
How confident are you in him, Brad? I know like a lot of people think Doug Peterson is one of the guys that's is a committee guy, but has he had a back like this? Is he going to stick with the committee when he has a Miles Sanders?
I mean, the weird thing about that Philadelphia game is Sanders and Boston Scott, after Jordan Howard went down, each averaged 17 points a game, each of them, down the stretch. And so they were splitting time, and, Sanders was a little gimpy. But they were delivering mainly through the passing game because there were no wide receivers on that team. And so if they can keep that magic going, then I don't care if Sanders splits time as long as he gets those targets.
He's up to $40.
If their receivers are healthy, though, is he going to get those targets?
That's the big question, right?
And
or do they come from Scott, that they both don't get those targets, Scott doesn't, and
$40 was the price paid, so not an unreasonable price, correct?
I think that's fine. I mean, like I say, he's typically a first round player, so. And running backs are a little more treasured in this roster construction. And you also got to remember, one guy's got 3 of the top 8 running backs on his team.
Todd Gurley, the nomination, already up to 24, 25. Wow.
I mean, you like Gurley or Aaron Jones better?
I probably like Aaron Jones better. A little talk today. They're going easy on Gurley in camp, which, makes sense. It's camp. But, we kind of heard this same song and dance last year. And look, Gurley finished the season pretty strong, right? Even if we were not happy with the usage. How do you feel about it? $26 is the final price.
Yeah, I mean, so he's $2 cheaper than Jones. I think what we're seeing, it continue to reinforce that Jones was a value at $28, right? We saw Taylor go for 26, and we saw Gurley go for 26. So he's being auctioned more in that class than the second round class.
And now we'll see where Cam Akers goes, up to $6 right off the get-go. So up to 8. $9. So Akers maybe a 5th round, 6th round guy. I'm trying to look at the latest ADP here. I've seen him kind of all over the place. So a little chatter about him today, but where is he at? Yeah, going around 602. So $10.
$10 is fair.
Sale price.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price for a 6th-round player. And so, just what do you think of Akers in a COVID season, right? What do you think of Henderson?
Yeah,
Malcolm.
I know in best balls, I'm getting a hell of a lot of Henderson in the double-digit rounds just because that appeals to me. I often go for the cheaper asset when given an opportunity. And look, we don't know that Henderson, maybe he repeats last year. Maybe in the second year he's got some things figured out and he's healthy and he turns into the guy they drafted to be a guy they felt like was a valuable asset. Did they not pay more for him than they did for Akers?
I think something went wrong there for the.
They traded up. Wow, Tannehill $2.
Look, big guy.
Who's more disrespected, whether it's this or even in regular, best ball drafts, etc. I mean, he's like quarterback 20.
Leonard Fournette, $30. 30. Well, I think that was a mistake or something. But
What's the mistake?
Tannehill went for $30. I think he meant to go 3.
You got him.
Oh my, no, he went for $2.
Yeah, $2.
You just see that Leonard went for 30.
Oh wow, you're right.
Leonard Fournette went for 30. So Tannehill went for 2. Does that seem like crazy? Well, I mean, I guess considering he's the 20th quarterback off the board, why do we disrespect him? Is it perception, Brad, that they're just a run-only offense or something? Did nobody watch last year?
And it's just the quarterbacks are a dime a dozen, right? So
that too.
Yeah, so he's probably not going to have the same efficiency with that team. So once you get past the top 10 quarterbacks are deep, and so throw a couple $1, $2 quarterbacks on your team, and you'll do fine, right?
Well, we probably could have got him for $1 in about another hour, but I just figured 2 is not horrible.
If you
That's
like
not
him,
horrible at all, I don't think.
You're going to find places where you save $1, $2, $3 when you're value hunting. So if that's a guy you like, you need to take him off the board for $1 premium. Not a big deal.
I would have liked to bid on Carson Wentz, but that's the problem with auction too. All of a sudden it pops up and you have about 8 seconds to make a decision.
Yeah.
What are we waiting
So the draft is paused a little bit here. Emo, how do you feel, just in general? Are you accomplishing your objectives so far?
Yeah, I think so. I've got my number 6 running back and Drake on my cheat sheet. I've got my number 6 tight end, and I got my 2 low quarterbacks and guys that I like. So now I got to hope I can start sneaking some players, getting some guys at low value. I need to get a receiver that's in the second roundish kind.
Yeah, so we didn't really talk about Fournette at all. $30. Do you like Fournette or Aaron Jones better?
I like Aaron Jones better. This looks something. I know you said something. I think something did happen, right? There was maybe a little issue, a glitch in the draft matrix, and somebody was maybe trying to bid him up and thought someone else. Yeah, it looks like there's some chat in there that they need to redo Fournette. So maybe that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do, and they may redo Fournette. We'll see. They're battling away.
Yeah, so there are some issues. Always got to be a little glitch in the matrix. My Fantasy League, a great site. Right? Brad, just curious, have you drafted on CBS's auction platform? What are there any platforms you feel are really your preferred platforms?
Just disappointing. I took our line, but this seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, they're renominating Tannehill, so I guess I need to scratch him off my list.
Oh, I wonder what happened there. It skips people for nominations. Brad, you were kind of breaking up when you were during the Tannehill going for $2 and not refreshing fiasco. Okay, so I guess that explains why he's being so disrespected. Nobody could see it. So Tannehill is back on the board. Emel's $2 is in. Maybe not going to stand. Maybe it will. We'll see.
No, it'll stand.
it actually stood. I almost decided not to do it just for the heck of it, but I did not do that.
Yeah, Brad. So just going back, because someone in YouTube wanted to hear, and you did get them for $2, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question about the platform, someone on the YouTube did want to hear what you were breaking up when you gave that answer. So what platform is your preferred platform?
I haven't really done auctions online. I do them all live.
Right.
This seems to be okay. So I don't really don't have any auction experience. I think I did Yahoo one time. And what I didn't like, I don't know if this was years ago, where everybody would put a nom up and you start bidding around. But what I don't like about that is, like, you think, okay, I'm going to get, it's called Aaron Jones here for that money, so I'm not going to increase the bid over here. But then all of a sudden, the bid over here ends and someone else gets him, and then someone puts money on the guy you thought you had or were going to get. So I don't like the simultaneous, nominations. I like them all, done sequentially like this is.
Right. I've watched one on Fantrax, the Flex auction a couple weeks ago that went pretty smoothly. I'll be drafting auction. Are you going to be in the Kings Classic again, Brad?
No, unfortunately, no. So,
damn it.
Full time is got someone else this year.
That was their mistake. So I'll be auctioning there. It'll be on CBS Sports. So I'll report back the next time we have a chat, Paul, if you want to come on and ask that question again and kind of, maybe have a little better answers. By the way, everybody, and Derrick Henry went for $41, which sounds about in line. Here's Leonard Fournette starting at 31. That seems high, man. Somebody likes Leonard Fournette. Oh, is it Bob Long? Is it big guy?
Yep. Bob Long's got him at 32 right now.
Yeah, he loves the consistency. So Bob Long's thing is consistency, right? And he finds Fournette to be a consistent producer, and that's a great value to him. And it's helpful going into a draft knowing what some of your colleagues in the business go, and you know what Bob Long is going to do. Big Guy Fantasy Sports is a consistency thing. So get his guy out there on the thing and say, oh, I know what Bob's going to do. I'll beat him out there, or let him have the guys he wants, but bid him up a little bit. So he's pretty predictable in that. Interesting point.
And Leonard Fournette is very consistent at the goal line, but it's not the kind of
consistently unable to score.
Yeah.
So Brad, here's a question. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I was going to say 38 for Drake or 35 for Fournette. Right, so I think you're happy with Drake there.
Yeah. I would be very happy with Drake right there. I think that's a crazy price for Leonard Fournette when you compare him to some of the other guys. First-round guys we saw. Because Fournette, you're getting in the third round. So Davante Adams up to 34. Robert Sabini asking a question, Brad, wants to know if your strategy or level of aggressiveness changed if you're drafting in a league with larger multi-prizes or just a standalone league.
The guys you covet may change if you're doing a big networked main event for a big prize. But the strategy is effectively still the same, on the amount of value you try to get somebody. But so there's always a mixture between, like Aaron Jones would have been a guy I would have taken for $28 here because I'm going to get $4, $5, $6 of value. That would let me maybe go get an Antonio Gibson, which is maybe a home run hit, and
right.
The other is maybe what Aaron Jones should have gone for. So it's a mixture of guys I want to go get because they're maybe a good fit for the format, and I take value where it occurs as well.
Davante Adams up to $42, first round price essentially, and that's what he went
for 44 if I remember. So just another. Where are these guys slot in? And what Hill went for 39? So.
Yep. So that seems about in line with with ADP at this point. Yeah. So not unusual. So if you're out there and you're watching, that's kind of a good measuring stick. And again, get the Pro Forecast magazine and find Brad's auction values in there. Very handy as I've used it, as I've followed along a number of auctions. $20 for Cooper Kupp right now. And if you're out there, if you're on the YouTube listening and want to follow along, we will be doing daily interactive videos. Tuesdays and Thursdays will be drafts, or at least for now, there'll be drafts in the evenings, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Emil and I will be doing Ask Me Anything sessions, and maybe both of us, at some point if somebody doesn't show up. But we'll be there with live videos. You can ask questions. We'll discuss whatever it is you want to talk about in terms of fantasy or heavy metal music. That's fair game as well.
We were talking about setting floors and setting ceilings. Mike Thomas going for 44, I think he served as a ceiling for Adams, right? If Thomas had the board and Adams had gone for 44, then everyone knows they're going to have to pay at least 44 for Thomas, and that would become his floor. So that's why I like to get them out of order, so they reinforce floors instead of ceilings.
And so just, Brad, for people out there who may be in their own auction leagues or whatever, doing live auctions, I know you'll have your Excel up. Are you tracking every single team and the pricing as in are you keeping close eye on that?
I am, because as guys come off for less than the value I assigned them or more, they change the value of everyone else. Not one player is not going to drive the difference in the $2,400 budget, but the accumulation of players does change. And so then that changes the what I perceive as the value of the next player based on what's been spent. But then I also look at their budgets and their roster constructions. When you're looking at the end game of an auction, who's going to be trying to go get maybe I want 0 RB and I need to get some flyer running backs. Who else is looking for those kind of guys? Whose handcuff is it that I'm trying to get? Has he filled up his running back slot? What kind of budget does he have? And so you start focusing on couple of teams like that.
Look at a big guy, and $35 on Fournette, $26 on Gurley. That seems like a pretty big price tag for that duo. To me, looking at Emil's roster, and I see the $6 Higbee, the $6 Stafford, the $38 Kenyon Drake, and the $2 Ryan Tannehill. That's $8 of quarterbacks for guys who are capable of being top 10 quarterbacks. This seems like a reasonable approach.
Yeah, no, I think Emil's doing fine. I mean, he's got guys he likes. He hasn't significantly overpaid for anyone, and I think he got good value for his top guy in Drake. So I don't
know. Do you play much Dynasty, Brad?
I've got one Dynasty team I've dabbled with.
So we have a question into YouTube. Who is the best Dynasty running back rookie? Keyshawn Vaughn, Antonio Gibson, or Darrington Evans? He'd like them listed in order. I'd probably go in the order he has them right now, given that Evans is going to be behind Henry at least for another 2 years. Antonio Gibson has a shot to be a contributor. And Keyshawn Vaughn, we haven't heard anything of him, but he's been on the COVID reserve list, right? So maybe he'll start making some noise. We've heard Thomas or Ronald Jones is the main guy, but that's probably the order I like him. How about you, Brad?
I might go Gibson first, just from the sense that I think his path to opportunity in year one's a little better, since they signed Boy in Tampa Bay. And he started saying, he talked about his role will be as a pass catcher. So the problem in Dynasty is if your guy didn't really get his swing in year one, his value plummets in year two, right? And with Tom Brady, you got to be able to block.
Zach Ertz, $10 seems like a fair price.
Andrews went for 16. Ertz at 10 is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, that hurts me a little because I paid $6 for Higbee and only 4 more I could have got Ertz. We'll see.
Yeah, but I think got an 8-9 turn price for Higbee, which I think is kind of it around his ADP. 10's a late 6th for Ertz, which is good value. 16 is going to be a late 5th for Andrews, which is probably front side of his range.
Julio up to 42, so he's right up there.
Now, I was wanting A.J. Brown for Tennessee, and Kupp went for 26, and I thought I could maybe go 22 for Brown, and it got to 25, and I just decided I'll have to go find some other players. I just like them. but I just decided 26 was too much.
I have a question from Paul Lardone, which I think is interesting. I'm sorry, Brad, didn't mean to interrupt. But any tricks or secrets to keeping the energy level up, especially for the latter stages of an auction? I think, Brad, your answer is even keel.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't see how emotion gets you going, but you've got to pay attention, right? So keeping track of all the, there will be a time where there will be 40 guys that go off the board that you're not bidding on. But if you're tracking where they're going, understanding the ebbs and flows of the auction, then you can decide when you can go hit again. So, I mean, we saw Julio go off the board at 43. Once again, no one's putting the same number that Mike Thomas went for. So I think that's artificial ceiling has been set.
Yeah. I think Joe Mixon is a guy that big guy might bid higher on, even though the numbers weren't consistent over the course of the season. They were consistent late in the season, as in lots of carries. No matter what game script. Very kind of unique thing. And look, Brad, what if they get some positive game scripts this year?
Yeah, you're talking about Chubb for Cleveland?
For Mixon.
Oh,
I mean, they ran him hard as hell, whether they were from behind all the time last year.
So, I mean, Cincinnati is going to be interesting. You've got the coaching staff that came over from the Rams, and so you start saying, a lot of 3 receiver sets and a lot of passes to the running back. So Mixon is in that Gurley role. Tyler Boyd's in that Cooper Kupp role. A.J. Green's, in the either Cooks or Woods role, right? If that team clicks, their O-line is tremendous, so that O-line needs to get fixed.
$36 for Mixon, I think, is pretty fair.
Good price for Mixon, yeah.
Yep. Austin Eckler's 21. Here's another guy facing different circumstances that he faced. We think, it was pretty damn productive last year. So there's been some changes there. What's your level of confidence in Eckler?
I like Eckler. I don't see why his role is going to diminish from last year when Gordon was there, other than the first 4 weeks where he kind of had the backfield mostly to himself. Yeah. So the question was Rivers a big contributor to it, or is Tyrod or Herbert going to hold him back? I'm more on the side that Eckler's going to have another good season.
So curious if you're a bit of a stacker. I've noticed Jeff Hazley has Will Fuller and Deshaun Watson. Is that something you're interested in doing in an auction, if at all possible, or in general?
I guess this goes back to the guy's question on is it a self-contained league or is it a networked league for a large prize? When you're in the networked league for a large prize, you're looking for variance to help you, right? When the Broncos had the big year with Peyton Manning, Kimra had loaded up on Broncos, and so everybody went to their ceiling. And she had a huge year in one of the high-priced leagues that I played with against her. So that's great. If in a self-contained league, I don't think it's as important because you're not dealing with 200 or 1,000 different teams.
Emil, your bid is how far away from your next nomination?
One to about 3 or 4, I think. Maybe 4.
So as you're heading for these, you get to this point, are you have a pretty good idea of who you're going to nominate, or are you kind of waiting to see what happens, what plays out ahead of your nomination?
Well, there's a lot of running backs gone, and I really like to get a second running back. I may put Carson up right now. It's getting to that point where you're starting to thin out, and we don't want that situation that Brad talked about earlier where all of a sudden there's only a couple people left and you're hitting a level and then the prices go up.
Yeah, watching those tiers, especially as you get to the tail end, that the inventory runs low, the demand grows higher. You know what happens then. Odell Beckham is at $26. Nando Q wondering if we heard anything. I've heard nothing on Hakeem Butler, and I did hear today the Cardinals expect to have 3,000-yard receivers. I do know none of them was Hakeem Butler. Look, in Dynasty, I mean, I haven't given up on him, but I'm probably one of the last few. So we had $27 for Beckham. That seems like about in the right range. With some upside.
Solid.
Are you happy when you get a player like that? You know, a guy with a huge upside, or a previously demonstrated upside, and you're getting him kind of on that discount from the previous year.
Yeah, if I believe in him, I'm if he's a target of mine there in the third round, and I get him for third round money, I'm very happy.
Does Odell Beckham fall into that category for you?
I haven't made my mind on him. You know, he gimped through all last year. When Landry looked like he, started on the pup and preseason pup to get the hip ready, but he's been activated now. So you got Kareem Hunt, you got Chubb. There's a narrative that says he can return form and be a 300-point guy, and so I would not want to go void on him in all my teams, but I'm not sure how overweight I want to be with them.
Question was the pro forecast value for Swift. I think it was $9 to $7. What did he end up going for?
10.
10. So
I'm sorry.
A little on the high end of that.
He went 12. Yeah, he went up a little.
12. Went on the high end of that. Brad, I'll ask you this question because it seems perfectly set up for you. Do you think the auction drafting will continue to grow in popularity, or is it destined to level out as a small niche?
I don't see any reason why people don't prefer auctions over drafts. Most everyone I talk to prefers auctions. There's a couple people who like drafts because, they're slaves to ADP and they want to, they want the few options when it comes to them of who they want, and someone's sliding, they can go get that guy. Makes their decision-making process pretty easy. But I like
Jacobs. Go ahead, Brad.
Cross-country skiing versus downhill, right?
Right.
A draft gets boring after you play auctions.
As Robert Sabini says, didn't anyone watch Braveheart? Freedom to draft whoever you want.
Yeah.
I think
$27 for Godwin at the moment.
I think a lot of regular home leagues, I talk about with these guys and say you want to try an auction, and they just get cross-eyed. They're afraid of them. They don't understand them. They're too worried about them.
Yeah. I think the length Paul Nardone notices the live action can drag on a bit, and they do. That's part of it. That's part of the strategy, though, right? As the previous question was, how do you keep your energy level up? How do you keep focused? All those things are part and parcel of the auction experience.
Yeah, Godwin just went cheap, I think.
28.
He tends
what do you think
to
of
be
the Josh Jacobs price?
Josh Shea, 30, a solid price. He tends to be a second rounder. I think I tend to grab Drake over him. So
Me too.
being less than appropriate. But sometimes you see people put him in the first round. But I think he went for a fair value.
Emil does as well, apparently.
Godwin.
I did. Go ahead.
We were off the board, so that's pretty surprising. Went for 28.
I bid on him, but I just this is where I get to where I'm not sure. I'm still looking for a steal. I'm always looking for a steal. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Old and mean and cheap. That's my problem as well.
You're talking about being scared to go into auctions. I have my brother to thank for pushing us into auction our second year playing fantasy football. So we are actually joined an auction, put it on me to come up with a strategy. And so we did it together, and my strategy wasn't great that first year, but it intrigued me because it was another problem to solve. So
here's a hot player,
And
Terry
apparently you did.
McLaurin from Washington.
Yeah, target monster. Will that offense be productive enough? 26 seems a little high for Raheem Mostert to me. Would you be comfortable with that price, Brad?
No, I wouldn't be. There are too many, heads in that backfield to just think Mostert's going to come in and dominate the ball like he did when everyone was hurt.
26.
McLaurin at $19. Yeah, 26 seems like a little high of a price for me. To McLaurin up to 20.
Wow. I'm not sure what to do here. It's my nomination. I think I'm going to nominate Chris Carson and see what happens.
And we'll start for 26, right?
Yes.
And you have a price in mind, your high end there, Emil?
For Carson?
Not that you have to give it to us. Yeah.
Here, just a sec. For some reason, I'm having trouble. Is Carson still available?
You might need to refresh, huh? I think he is. He hasn't gone yet.
All right. Well, for some reason, I couldn't nominate him, so I'll have to refresh.
Nick Chubb was nominated.
Yeah, it just randomly nominated him. I got to get I don't know. I got to get a lot of things, but.
Price not climbing quickly on Chubb. This may be a chance to capitalize on fear. Well, maybe not. There was a big jump, but a lot of reporting this week that it's one speculating a 50-50 split. The specter of Kareem Hunt, the downturn in scoring last season when Hunt returned. Is this a chance? Is this a player you'd be looking to leverage that fear into some value, Brad?
Yeah, I mean Nick Chubb, I think is fair value in the second round, and if people like Aaron Jones, say
24, 29.
I think that's a great price for Chubb.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
I do too, man.
I mean, Chubb wouldn't be a target, but for $29, you got room for him on your team. That's good. Two guys are complaining that they tried to bid on Chubb and they wouldn't let them.
Yeah, there might need to be some refreshing going on here.
I think what happened is they were talking about he was at 24, so they were probably bidding 25 and he was already at 29. And so there was some lagging issues caused that problem, it looks like.
So Chubb went at 29, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Right in the range, the lower end of the range Brad has in the pro forecast on him.
My screen.
So it looks like Russell Wilson is up.
So I think Watson went for 10 and Dak went for 10, right?
Yes. And Murray went for 10.
But is Murray gone too? I missed that one.
Yeah. $7.
Not bad. I paid $6 for Stafford.
I need to remember this when I'm in my auction for the Kings Classic on Saturday. My inability to avoid price enforcing annually gives me two more expensive quarterbacks than I want, at which point Joe Dolan and Matt Camp pull me over to the series table and make fun of me. You think I would learn at some point, like hitting the hammer with the thumb.
Well, it gets you over to the serious table, right?
Well, they're going to get me there anyway. I would prefer not to give the smack talk, but no, it's all good. And that is what, look, I mean, I do love price enforcing because I just hate seeing people get off cheap, but there's a danger in it. We saw that in the flex draft. I know the Colton and the Wolfman team ended up, they drafted Lamar Jackson. They threw Dak Prescott out and just couldn't bear to see him go at $10. So hence they own and Lamar Jackson.
It looks like they might be putting Chubb and Wilson back on.
Yeah, it appears like they are. So take Wilson off too. So the question, what should the penalty be for a ridiculously low nominating bid? Execution or torture followed by execution. That will needlessly stretch out an auction. Well, if that's not what your cup of tea is, Paul, you may not want to be in an auction because that's how it was going to work, man.
Well,
but I get the point. Yeah.
The thing is, it's not just the nominee who's responsible for that, right? It's everyone who then goes $1, $2, $3 for a $40 player, right?
Yes.
We several years ago we were in an auction where I don't know who the auctioneer was, but he clearly wasn't used to high schools because Peyton Manning got nominated and it was like stalling at 25 and the auctioneer was pissed. He's like, "This is Peyton freaking Manning. Stop going by $1." And then it was going once, going twice, sold. He went for $25 and the guy was just floored. It's like, we're not paying $40 for no quarterback in this league.
All right, they re-put Nick Chubb in there.
Is he going to go for more than 29 now? Damn it.
Oh, somebody just bid 29 right off, 30.
I'm going to say Bob Lung is going to bid this up if I know him.
Not another consistency player.
A guy he likes. Well, he's in the area. He lives in Canton, so you know he's a Cleveland Browns guy. So not a surprise if he stays in this one, at least for a little while.
It's getting up there. He made, oh, there he goes, 35.
Talk to Bob on a fairly regular basis on the Football Diehards program, and he has his guys, and some of them reside in his own neighborhood. This is getting pretty high, though, 38. We're getting up into that $40 range, that first-round price range. Is this maybe a case of one of those guys who's at the tail end of a tier?
Could be.
Driving up his price?
There's not a lot of people left.
Yeah, a combination of things, and one of them being a tail end of a tier, and the other thing being Bob Long. Fantasy Alarm's still in it, too, so this one's driving up a little bit. These guys are getting worried.
This is what we love.
So is this where you just sit back and enjoy, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, especially if I've got my running backs, then you want to nominate those guys and let them run.
Did Chris Carson go?
No, you're mid first round.
I haven't seen him go. Let me look at the overall roster page. We're at 46 on Nick Chubb.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
gone. He's not in my list.
He has not been drafted yet, Emil.
Oh, let me refresh.
He has not been auctioned.
Yeah, he just went for 49. So.
Woo!
That's a number.
So that's another kind of psychology thing.
Yep.
If you bid 49, someone's got to be intentionally go 50, right? Getting that milestone.
It's a hard bridge to jump. Yep.
Yeah. And then once you do, it might break and go 52.
Might go nuts.
He went nuts already, in my opinion.
Yeah.
When they hit that 40, I think that's when it was demonstrated.
I think I'm going to nominate.
Interesting
Hunt
watching
just to
that.
See what happens.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Who nominated Trumpets after that? So they're still sorting out some of the Russell Wilson tomfoolery.
Mm-hmm. So Wilson was the
chicanery.
So you've got the highest max, Emil.
That doesn't surprise me.
But you're not really alone as far as magnitude goes. There's guy at 124, Tubble at 115. I mean, what you want to avoid is having a lot of money at the end. There's always one or two guys that has more money than value out there, and I try to have enough to bid $2 or $3 on a guy to jump above a $1 player, but you don't want to be part of too much money.
Gotcha.
And we're waiting to get this thing rolling in. There's Russell Wilson back on the board.
So I suspect
he goes for more than 7.
I think he will, because there was all this chatter that they weren't paying attention because they were on the Chubb issue.
Never like having a Chubb issue. Nobody needs that.
Yeah. That's worse than a hanging chat. Right?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
All right.
So have you found Carson in your nomination list?
I've got him sitting there. That's the next guy I'm thinking of, but I still have a little bit before my bid, so I could change my mind.
Oh, wow. You went cheaper this time.
He went cheaper.
$6. Goodness.
So maybe the guy was the guy who wound up at 7 on Wilson and didn't think he could afford him anymore.
So what we're saying here is wait till the end of the tier, but not quite the end of the tier.
Well, that's an anomaly.
I mean,
Wilson's
Wilson is pretty much the end of that tier, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he should have gone for more. But
Yeah, I'm surprised he. I mean, quarterbacks, you always kind of bet the under, but I'm surprised. How many people didn't have a quarterback? I guess maybe that's the question. Is there a way to do a draft grid here?
Yeah, I can't do a grid, but I can do. Oh, here I got a grid. Let's see. So we've got FF Today without a quarterback, FAL, RotoViz, a handful of Big Guy Fantasy Sports, no quarterback. So there were teams that could use them. They could have used them.
FF Today low on money, so he was probably looking for a $1 quarterback to compensate.
Kenny Golladay at 29, 30 now. I know Bob Lung likes him as well.
knowing your opponent's tendencies. Put that on the list.
At least some of them, right? And I mean, if you're not in the room with them, physically, I think it's very helpful to have some knowledge and understanding.
Yeah, if you know a guy coming in there and saying, Kenny Golladay, no matter what, you can run his price up a little bit, right?
That's the part I don't do right. I run the price up without knowing. I'm taking notes.
The other thing you got to pay attention to, if the guy who really likes him has no money left, you're not going to be able to run him. Like, yeah, I'd love to have him, but I don't have to.
And let's talk about that a little bit, Brad. The holding of said hammer, the importance you put on that towards the end. Is it kind of a thing that's in flux? You're watching everyone else's values. Is it something you do when you're adjusting your bid values, like how much you want to have left? Are you budgeting on the fly to hold the hammer at some point?
Not really, to tell you the truth, because there's always one or two teams there with just an excess amount of cash that there's not enough value from them to have, that they haven't reacted appropriately. So you're never going to have the hammer over that guy. What you want to do is have, so if there's 6-7 guys you need on your team at cheap prices, maybe having $10 left to get them, so you can go put a 2 on some people that someone else nominated to take them from. But you'll always lose out to the guy who spends $10 for a $3 player, and because there's nothing else left, right? So I'm not trying to have the most money available, but trying not to have $7 for 7 players left.
Seems reasonable.
And when you're up against that guy who's got a ton of, I try to go get, figure out, is he looking for receivers, whatever, and just feed him some players to fill up his roster and get him out of the auction.
Good idea.
So looking at some of the teams, we've got the huddle with Dak Prescott, Cam Akers, Leonard Fournette, Mark Andrews in the Ravens defense. Football guys, Watson, Raheem Mostert is his only running back. Will Fuller and DeAndre Hopkins in the Bills defense. FF Today, Josh Jacobs and Miles Sanders. Go ahead, Brad.
Which team were you were just reading?
Football guys, Jeff Hasley. FF Today, Josh Jacobs, Miles Sanders, Davante Adams, Odell Beckham, Zach Ertz, Justin Tucker, and the Steelers defense. I need to see how much money he has left. FF Today has $39 left, not the low man on the totem pole by any means, but down there in the bottom 3. Second to the lowest amount.
His max bid's 29.
Right. Football
USA
diehards. Go ahead.
Yeah, USA Today's max bid is 11, and Blitz Podcast max bid is 27.
So Emil has Matthew Stafford, Ryan Tannehill, Kenyon Drake, Tyler Higbee. The Sportsbook Wire, Patrick Mahomes, Derrick Henry, and George Kittle. Pretty high-end starters at those positions. USA Today Sports, as you mentioned, have spent some money. Kyler Murray, Ezekiel Elliott, Alvin Kamara, Kenny Golladay, and Cooper Kupp. Fantasy Alarm with 3 running backs. Nick Chubb, Antonio Gibson, Joe Mixon, and Tyreek Hill and Curtis Samuel. That's pretty loaded Group RotoViz with Dalvin Cook, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Thomas. Gridiron Experts, Russell Wilson, DeAndre Swift, A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Julio Jones, Terry McLaurin. That's pretty formidable receiving core, eh?
Yeah, I think Russell Wilson's going back on the board, though, from the chat. It's got the guy
One more time.
Yeah, the guy who got him at 7 seemed to have got disconnected the time before, and he's like, I should have had him at 7.
Well, now they're negotiating.
Fantasy Sharks.
They're going to restart.
Fantasy Sharks, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Jones, Travis Kelce, Will Lutz. I think those are all those players at pretty reasonable values. Travis Kelce went cheaper than George Kittle, I know. So the Blitz podcast still sitting there with their 3 running backs that they had early in this auction. Saquon Barkley, Edwards-Helaire, and Christian McCaffrey. And big guy Bob Lung has Austin Eckler and Todd Gurley in the 49ers defense. So plenty of auction to go if we ever get to the auction itself.
I mean, if you look at Fantasy Sharks roster that you read off and talked about having good value, I mean, what's Kelsey's ADP? Is it 2-3 turn?
2. Yeah, 2. I have actually a little higher, I think. Let me just double check that. But I mean, on most of the best balls I've seen, he'll go a little early. Let's see what he's going in redrafts. I'm curious now as well. That seems like a damn reasonable, compared to Kittle. I mean, I see him going off a little ahead here. Let me pull it up. So, Kelsey's going 208, Kittle 212, Mark Andrews 409, Ertz 503.
So Kittle or Kelsey's like a $30 player then. So you save $8. Jones, I think you save $5-6 on him. That's 13, and Lamar Jackson, he's a 2-3 turn guy, right?
Yep.
So you save $9 there. I mean, he's got so he probably overspent.
Got some good values.
Whatever, yeah. So he's I didn't add that all up, but he's probably got $20 of value there. He should be making sure he's going to get another 2nd or 3rd round guy with all that excess cash. He can afford it.
It looks like
Russell Wilson up to $9.
Russell Wilson until he gets to $10.
Yeah,
I think that seems like a reasonable approach. I mean, hell, everyone else in this tier is going there.
FF today, he's going to have nothing left after this.
Oh, he's going to have a loaded roster, but going to need a lot of dollar players.
Right, it is
Russell Wilson, $11.
Given that he was short money, I thought he was just going to stay out of the above $1 QB, or that's how I would have played. I just always saved the quarterback.
We know that's how you'd have played it.
Yeah, what's interesting.
I have witnessed you do it.
I mean, he also spent $2 on Tucker, and he spent $3 on Pittsburgh, so he spent some money on both kicker and defense too. So he's not pinching dollars, that's for sure.
Yeah, maybe he thinks getting the top players at those 2 positions are going to help him, and he only spends an extra $2-3.
Yeah, as said in the chat, 30 minutes from now, Russell Wilson will go for $13.
I like the prices of FF today, though, on his players. I don't think he's overspent.
Right, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. So he's got 10 players to go.
28.
Yeah. So he's definitely looking for $1 players right now.
Yeah, he's down to the 28 range. $28 left. Just for the record, the Huddle has 127. Hasley from Football Guys, 113. FF Today, 28. Football Diehards holding that big hammer at $148. Emo, at some point you have to spend that money.
Yeah, I'm going to start
Wire.
making some picks as soon as they start nominating here. Oh, here we are. Maybe I can get
right. If you don't want Russell Wilson, you don't get a bid. $116 for Sportsbook Wire. USA Today Sports, $23. Fantasy Alarm, $66. RotoViz, $76. Gridiron Expert, $72. Fantasy Sharks, $129. Blitz Podcast at $41. And Big Guy has $138 with 3 players on it.
So, Brad, I remember in the magazine and also on the experts poll on the website, you were a little bit low on JuJu Schuster this year. Has that changed?
I'd probably lower than average. I've got him in maybe that 14 to 18 range, wide receiver 14 to 18. Last year was a tough year to judge him because Ben was out, but it also seemed like he wasn't dominating those number one corners. Deontay Johnson came in as a rookie and did fantastic. Washington showed some flashes down the end. So I think Juju's going to go back into the slot. For the most part, that's where he was mostly successful. He'll probably do fine, but I don't know that he's got that Antonio Brown level that people were hoping the year before when he was taken as the fifth off the board.
I think if you're looking for reasons for optimism, it would be the 1,960 fewer yards they threw for with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph at the helm once Ben was gone. I mean, it was a pretty significant drop off, right?
Yeah. So if you're totally confident Ben's going to survive the year, that mitigates that. But you still have the issue of, can Ben survive the year? I mean, he's missed a lot of games in his career, not just last year. And so he's coming back off of a very rare surgery. So there is that risk for him that's not there for like a Calvin Ridley or the other guys around that class. So I mean, he certainly has a ceiling of being a top 6 receiver, but he's got an uncertain floor, I think.
So guys like DJ Moore or Mike Evans or Allen Robinson, would you take them before Schuster or not?
I would take all of them before Smith-Schuster.
By the way, we had Will Lutz auction now
back on the board
third time.
Yeah, somebody thought he should go for more than $1, so now he's gone for $2.
Yeah. These guys take this seriously.
So yeah, Le'Veon Bell, maybe he'll go for less than Lutz.
I didn't know you get a duo. You just think that someone else should have paid more money.
I don't think that's what's happening, but yes, not much for Bell. This is a little interesting.
$4, slow start. We'll see if someone bumps it up. $5.
Yeah, he's a guy that people are like, well, I don't really want to plan my draft around him, but then they're like, oh, I can't go for that cheap, So you got, it's almost people are looking at what will I pay for him versus I got to go get him.
Well, he's starting to move up the board a little bit here. 18.
Yeah. 17, getting into his ADP range here shortly.
Yeah. So he's broken into the 4th round now.
Just feels like a guy who doesn't have a ton of upside. So I think, paying at the low end of that 3rd round ADP seems pretty reasonable, even if he's in the best shape of his entire life, or at least since high school. Kudos to him. And he looks very good. I saw him jumping the rope.
Yeah. We hear that a lot in the offseason, best shape in their life.
Yeah, it's best shape of his career. I said this is the year, though, where we talk more about the best Zoom backgrounds of his career.
Yeah. We hear that with the older players usually.
Yes. 26, up to 26, I think he's getting in that range where I'd start getting a little edgy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you hate him going at 26 to somebody else, when he was at 14 or 15, you're like, okay, I don't want him maybe, but I got to go bid on him. Because
a lot of running backs have gone.
Still Chris Carson on the board, right, Emil?
Yeah, and it's kind of, we kind of missed the boat there when I tried to bid him last time, and my refresh didn't work, and now he's kind of sticking out a little bit like a sore thumb. So yeah, we'll nominate him. If he goes too high, we'll move on. I think that's
Devin Singletary. Wondered about your confidence in him, Brad. I had a local observer, Mike Schopp from WGR Radio in Buffalo, tell me last week the only build that he's investing in at their current price is Zach Moss. How do you feel about Singletary?
I think the same way, actually. Singletary did a lot better last year than I thought. He's definitely an NFL caliber player. But you now delete Gore and you add Zach Moss. And, people are like, Zach Moss doesn't have great speed, but he ran like the same 40 as Singletary did. And Moss is, but he's really known really difficult to tackle, so he's definitely going to be the goal line guy. And I don't know how much Josh Allen's going to check down. So I'm between the two at their ADP, I would prefer Zach Moss.
Well, we'll nominate him here in a little bit, but I'm going to go with Carson on my next nomination and maybe go Moss on the next one if I don't forget.
So how many elite receivers are out there? I mean, so you got to kind of decide.
You got DJ Moore, you got Mike Evans, Allen Robinson, Smith-Schuster, then you got Keenan Allen, Sutton for Denver, Parker, Woods, Ridley, Hilton, Cooper, Thielen, etc.
Parker is an interesting guy. Initially, when you look at the splits with and without Preston Williams, they were stark, right? But now you hear Preston Williams may not be ready. That to me that elevates Parker if Williams isn't full strength.
I have number 17 on my cheat sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's been going to pretty fair ADPs. You see him in round 6. I see a 3-way tie there between A.J. Green, Marquise Brown, and Devontae Parker, with Parker bringing up the rear of that group, going off consecutively generally.
Yeah.
Which I think is I like that. I like that trio, and it's hard for me to decide which one to pick every time I come around to it.
Mm-hmm. The Blitz podcast got back on the board with the quarterback.
Yes.
He's definitely dollar.
I don't really want Amari Cooper, and I'm not really sure why.
It's that volatility. I mean, we were all worried about it. I think, you see that, what you see at the end of the year kind of sticks with you. In that Giants game, him watching from the sidelines in crunch time seemed a bit odd.
Yeah.
They did pay him a hell of a lot of money.
They sure did, didn't they?
Yeah. It's possible they could trade him. It sounds like the Washington football team was interested in acquiring him at one point last year, or over the offseason. So. Are you reloaded, Emil?
Did it freeze? Let me go reload it. Sorry.
It looks like you're frozen.
Yep. Let me refresh that.
Devin Singletary, $16 doesn't seem ridiculous, even if I don't like him much.
And so that's kind of the, later pound guy.
I messed up. Let's see. Now I got to find the stupid thing.
For owners?
All right, I got to back up.
There's Parker on the board.
Oh,
Yeah, Parker's on the board.
We talk and we shall receive. What did the previous guy go for? What did Cooper go for? 24. Parker shouldn't go for 24, right?
So if he's a 6th rounder, I'd say 10 to 15. If he's a 5th rounder, it's going to be the 15 to 20 or 15 to 18 range.
It's already at 13. 15. I can't get anybody that I want. I think I'm just going to go get Moore, Evans, or Robinson and pay whatever it ends up being, as opposed to getting Parker here. What do you think? Should I keep bidding on Parker?
I like those other guys a little better.
17. Yeah, I may go for a higher end. Too late now.
1-3 out there too. So.
Pardon?
Yeah, the price is.
I would nominate.
You'd nominate who?
Well, whichever one you like, because there's 3 guys out there, so people aren't thinking it's the last one.
Good point.
I mean, so the Blitz has only got $27, so he's probably not going after him. FF Today has only got $19 max bid, so he's not going after him. USA Today got 11 max. So right away, those 3 are wiped out. You know,
So what do you
everyone
think,
else can
Bob?
afford.
Should I go with Allen Robinson, Mike Evans, or DJ Martin? More.
Probably, I'd probably go for Allen. A little concerned about the QB situation for some people, and it didn't seem to bother him at all last year, but maybe people will be paying attention to that.
Ridley has been bid now. Let's see what he goes to.
Yeah, I like Ridley a lot this year. I wasn't super high on him his rookie year, but boy, he delivered these last 2 years. So.
Interestingly, though, I mean, had Gallup played the whole season, he would have been close to Ridley's numbers. I think that's an undervalued guy, or overlooked guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I love Gallup too, and everyone's worried about CeeDee Lamb is the problem there.
I am not.
Yeah.
Wow, price is going roaring right up.
Well, I got it at 24 right now, and I think I'll let him go. I'm going to focus on those 3 guys and spend a little more money.
Now, Fantasy Alarm's got him. Yeah, so Fantasy Alarm's going to take himself out of contention for another high price guy. He's got a $30 max, and took him for 25. So, that had already.
So I'm going to bid Robinson, and let me do something cute. Let me, bid not 0. Okay.
So the $30 max must have already been calculated because it still shows him at $30.
See, I'm sitting here and I can't bid. It's not letting me bid. I don't believe this.
Can you refresh quick, or probably not?
But
Too late.
can you type in the chat?
No, it doesn't matter. And I didn't want to bid Mark Ingram, so
Yeah.
I missed a bid
What do you guys
opportunity. Pardon?
What do you guys think of Ingram this year?
I'm scared of him.
I think the more scared people get, the more interested I get. But
yeah,
how
many? He had 15 touchdowns last year, so you're definitely going to get touchdown regression. But it's kind of like an Aaron.
Pretty run heavy approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, the concern is obviously J.K. Dobbins, and so and look, if Ingram is everything he was last year, I mean, he's going to continue playing a major role. He shared his entire career. Of course, he's sharing with Lamar Jackson now, so maybe a 3-way split isn't fortuitous.
Well, I mean, you look at Gus Edwards and Justice Hill; they had a ton of touches too. So I mean, Dobbins can take from them and get a third of the. So I don't think they've all got to come from Ingram.
Gotcha. Wow. So the last 2 bids I couldn't bid on this software. That's not helping yet.
Your nominate or bid?
Just nominate. When I tried to nominate, it wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the running back still available. And, see Connor, there's still some guys with fairly clear paths to workload here. Melvin Gordon, not so much, but Connor, David Montgomery, Carson. Those 3 seem like they'll at least get the touches. How do you feel about Montgomery, Brad?
I'm a Bears fan, and boy, he was frustrating last year. His workload seems like it's going to be there. They didn't do much for the offensive line other than hopefully improve coaching. So how much he's going to be a safe RB2, but does he have RB1 upside? Big question.
So Matt Ryan went for $4, but not as the protestations began.
Wait! Ouch!
Wait! Somebody should have paid more. They're going to put Ryan back up on the board, huh?
Yeah, they are. Probably 7 times until he's as much as Russell Wilson.
And they'll go $3 this time, huh?
Rolling that back apparently, so no surprise there, I guess.
So someone said I froze up, and another guy said, "Well, he is Matty Ice."
Matty Ice.
What are they doing now?
They're rolling it back.
So someone was asking about software. I guess this is a problem with auctions.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, look, I love my fantasy league. I played a lot of leagues there, but this software can be a little bit hinky at times. You have to do a lot of reloading. If not one, you know, if not everyone is draft or is familiar with the issues, they wouldn't have the intuitive, you know, feel to do a refresh, right? And so, I mean, I hate to see it drag this thing out like this, but I'm not like entirely surprised. Again, it's a platform I've used for how long have we been on my fantasy league? Seems like 20 years.
90s, yeah.
Yeah, 96, 97, 98, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, with the drafts, you can always queue people in if you get cut off or something, so it takes from your queue. You know, the auctions, you got to pay attention all the time. So it may not even be the site as much as people's internet connections too.
Yeah, every once in a while, and these guys take it seriously, and you know, wait, let's repoll, and
There goes Matt
don't
Ryan.
do that. I typically let it go.
Matt Ryan for $9. Let's see if everyone who didn't get in jumps in and says they want to pay as much as they did for Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Colts defense on the board. I see no waits, so going, gone.
Oh, $2 for Colts.
So it looks like Alarm's only got 10 spots left, so he's got the most players at this point.
Yeah. He's got a $21 max. So Bob Lung, our big guy, is got the next highest max to you.
Interesting.
He's got Gurley and Eckler and no receivers, so he's probably is going to be a competitor for you.
Oh, that's scary because he throws his money around.
Yeah, so if one of those is a consistency guy, you could go bid him up, and that's where you can play his tendency.
Yeah. Well, I'll bid on or nominate Deshaun Jackson, and then he won't bid on him.
So you got Higbee for $6, right? Isn't he in the same tier as Hunter Henry?
Yes.
Yep, pretty close to it.
Henry's got
Yeah, I'd
$8.
say Henry is going a little later. Yeah. So you've already made out.
Yay. Well, hindsight, I probably would have taken Zach Ertz for $11.
Yes. Yes.
You might get the bidding war though, because now you beat the second guy who wanted him. So you never know.
So
Kareem Hunt on the board. Hunter Henry went up for 8.
What do you guys think of Hunt?
I'm bidding on him.
I think it was a pretty high floor player in PPR once he hit the field last year. I know it's a different coaching staff and there'll be a different plan to some degree, but I kind of like that if you get him for the right price. What's his ADP right now?
And if Chubb goes down, he's a first rounder, right? So
Exactly.
It's a really solid floor and really high ceiling.
So where would you start? I'm already at $18 on this guy.
I
Current ADP. Current ADP is round 5.
That's a little
Yeah,
higher
so-
than I have him ranked.
So I think if you get him for 18, I'd be happy. And the drafts my brother does, he takes him in the 5th round every chance he gets.
Yep.
Sometimes 5'11", sometimes that's 5'01", right? So
There you go.
it probably goes between $16 and $22, probably in the range in drafts.
I haven't
And so
stole
I think-
anybody yet, but I need to steal a couple players. I always feels good.
I think you've been getting pretty solid value on guys though.
Yeah, I probably should have talked to A.J. Brown. I just like to have that guy in a couple leagues. I just really liked him as a rookie. I thought he really played well. But I couldn't stomach the money. I dropped out of the auction. Too chicken.
Is $11 for Jordan Howard high?
Right now, yeah, it seems a little high to me. 7th round ADP maybe? Mid 7th round?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So I think he's going for mid six money right now, which he's not going to have a pass catching role.
Yeah.
Yeah, interestingly, he and Breida, the talk this week was maybe a 50% workload share for Howard. And then the comparison was the 2016 Jets, right? Matt Forte, Bilal Powell split. So if you kind of comp that out, you get maybe a 50-35, and maybe the Kalen Ballages and Matt and Patrick Laird's picking up 15%. So $12 a pretty fair price for a mid 7th rounder. But Matt Breida also now going in the mid 7th round.
Wow.
This is where I'll be interested to see where James Conner goes. His ADP has been climbing. He's up into the 3rd round, early 3rd round, ahead of the Chris Carsons, David Johnsons, Le'Veon Bell's, ahead of Leonard Fournette, by the way, as well. So
who knows, right?
who we saw go for what, 35, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was 35.
It's getting tighter at running back, so this will be interesting. I'm not really sure where I'm bidding at. I get a little confused with this chart.
$20 on Connor. That looks like a bargain at the moment. We'll see if it stands. 21, slowly climbing. 22. Brad, how long is it smart to wait to let people, show your attention? So you waited for this to get to 20. You're interested in Connor. You wait till it gets up to this 24 range or close to his value before you jump in and kind of make a little psychological impact. Maybe go $1 over, $2 up, or something.
Yeah, I tend to see where the enthusiasm is, right? Because if there's one or two guys bidding, you kind of get a feel, so you try to come in later. Maybe one guy dies out, and maybe one guy thought, oh shit, I thought I had him. Okay, yeah, go take him. Just as a mispricing. Whereas if you're in early, you've increased the number of guys in early, and you get the momentum of the bid quicker, and then you feel like you might go higher. But I've also
$26.
Chris Carson is on the clock.
Ooh.
All right, what should I bid to this guy, guys? Where's my max bid here?
I should go a little after what Connor went for. He went for 26, so slightly lower than that would be the ideal price, I would reckon.
Yeah, my
Based on
guess
ADP.
is somewhere in the $18 to $25 range is where I would guess.
It's up to 17.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like 3 picks. Connor was 302, Carson 305 in the latest calculator ADP. So, which is like over a 3-day span.
Yeah, I'll try. I go to about 25 and I'll give up. Maybe I'll have to focus on Ronald Jones then, or Dobbins. Looks like Bob Lang likes this guy. Must be a consistent player.
Has been relatively consistent. Yeah, kind of part of what you like is the fact it's a run-first offense, and he's been a guy, whether he's fumbled or whatever, they stick with him, forsaken him, or haven't forsaken him totally for Rashad Penny when he was healthy either, and Penny had some good games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 24.
All right, I'm going to go 27. And
Bob
I'll
Lung
give that one.
shaking his fist at you.
Who is?
Bob Lung. 26 for Bob
Would you
Lung.
guys bid now? He's at 28. Should I go another dollar or let him go?
Receiver, you took money off the guy you wanted to take money off of.
So
Yep.
there you go, huh?
I'd go after
Goodbye,
receivers.
Chris Carson.
Yeah, I think you played that great though. You pushed him up.
Yep.
Not getting a Christmas card from Bob Long, huh?
Golf clap for you from me.
David Johnson. That's another guy to think about.
I mean, you look at your roster. I mean, you do start 3 running backs here, but you got Drake and Hunt. I think that you've got 2 good ones, 2 playable backs for sure. So I think you want to get some big receivers on the team.
Got to start getting some receivers.
Yeah, and
'Cause I have got. I have 0 receivers. All right, maybe I'll let go. Of course,
it's
David
unfortunate.
Johnson for $7 is pretty good.
David Johnson for $7.
Well, he's going up now. He's
Oh,
up
I get
a
I
lot.
hope he does.
Yeah.
See, and again, it won't let me bid. I'm gonna
Like, are you sure that's not Duke?
Say what?
When they're like David Johnson for $7, I'm like, are you sure that's not Duke?
Yeah. Let's double check. Okay, I refreshed. I'm at 12. Should have taken.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculously low.
All right, where do I stop here, guys? I'm at 16. I got him
He's a
around
fourth.
21, which is around Taylor, but Taylor should be.
Current ADP is right at 1 pick after Carson, so, and ahead still of Leonard Fournette. So apparently anything under 35 is fair.
I mean, I think he's starting to get to where his ceiling would be.
I think, yeah, and I think you still got some guys in this range. I think Melvin Gordon in that same ADP range still available. 311 a little later. David Montgomery still available, going a little later than that. So you're not at the end of the tier.
I'm screwed. I've got him.
Yeah, for 23 though,
Yeah.
I'd take that.
All right, so I got 3 running
Look,
backs. Now I got to get some receivers.
He's going 1 pick after James Conner, who went for 26. I think you got a reasonable price on this.
Yeah, he just can't fall apart like he did last year, but I'm not sure.
He can't fall apart. And that's the same words being spoken in the Texans front office as we speak.
I was kind of going to go for
Darren Waller.
for Ronald Jones, but now I'm going to skip Jones and focus on getting a couple receivers.
Yep.
I didn't really want to
And
spend 23 on him.
Receivers are deep.
We are 2 hours into the draft.
That is true.
So when do you nominate Gallup here? Because he is normally a later guy, but I do think is mispriced.
Yeah, I think he
there's
is
a
as
lot
well.
of still in his tier, so people might not be over exuberant on him at this point. But if you wait too long, you'll have the best guy available.
Yeah. Well, I'm really tempted to bid Allen Robinson because you still have DJ Moore and Mike Evans and Schuster there. If I can ever
Chances
get
to get out all of them.
Excuse me, DJ Moore just.
DJ Moore on the board, $19, price rising quickly.
So what do you think for DJ Moore, guys?
I think
ADP's gone pretty high.
he's going to be in the 25 to 30 range. I think.
All right, I just bid 25.
Their current ADP is 13th, one after Robinson. Robinson's going 312. Actually, it's a tie. Moore going 312.
I think I'm going to wait on
Cooper going about a round later, so that should give you a better feel.
I'm going to let him go. Even though I have him ranked. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what I'm doing. Gonna have to spend some money pretty soon because I want one of these receivers, or 2 or 3. What do you think about Hilton, Brad? This already has a hamstring issue.
Yeah, I mean he's. I mean, everyone's got a value. I mean, he's got a good ceiling because he's a productive receiver and tends to play hurt okay, but he tends to play hurt a lot. What does he go in the 5th round?
Yep. A little before that Green Parker Brown run.
So here I'd be thinking about trying to get Robinson because now you're left just Evans after this, right?
Yeah, and Robinson's on. I nominated him. He's at 21 right now.
Yeah.
Where did Moore go?
You go
26. Yep.
26, yeah.
It appears
26.
that Allen Robinson's going to go for more. Oh, and then now it screwed me. Okay, 25.
You're in.
Yeah, but he's going to go higher than that. But I'm just going to take him because I need it.
Who are you bidding against?
Gridiron Experts just popped in at the last microsecond. Little shithead. All right, 27.
All right.
I guess that's not horrible.
I like him more than Moore, and you paid $1 more for him, and I thought Moore
That's
went up for a
about
good
right.
price.
Yeah,
Hopkins for
I have him
26
ahead of
over.
more as well.
All right, so I got my first receiver.
And then you've got room on your team for Evans, too.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Evans?
I mean, if you can get him
Cheaper
that
play than Godwin. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Godwin only went for like 28, right? So
Godwin was 209, and current ADP is 209. He's wide receiver 6. Evans is currently wide receiver 8, 303.
yeah, but I'm saying Godwin only went for $28. That was one of the
Yeah,
deals.
he was a bargain, though.
Yeah, I should have
Yeah,
taken him.
exactly. So Tom Brady, is that $1 per Super Bowl?
So we were talking about T.Y. Hilton when we got into Robinson. What were you thinking about T.Y.?
So I think I don't like him as much as Lockett. You got Metcalf's got a good ceiling. I mean, I think Hilton, as long as he can stay healthy, is fine. But I'm just worried that he gets dinged up a lot. And then you've got a new quarterback there. How's he going to mesh with him? So,
Yeah.
But
Current ADPs on those guys: Metcalf, DJ Chark, Tyler Lockett, Keenan Allen, McLaurin, then Hilton. Then you get into Courtland Sutton, and then that range I talked about: Stephon Diggs, AJ Green, Marquise Brown, Devontae Parker. So still wide receiver 1 territory, but ADPs drop.
I'm surprised these quarterbacks are still going in that 5 to 10 range. I thought that, Brady for 7. So I think that Stafford $6 looks better and better.
Thank you. I want to
Really
take a
does,
third
man. I thought it was
quarterback.
great then.
I thought it was a fair price, but I think it's turning into a good price.
I'm almost tempted to bump the bid on Alarm because I got no money left. But I'm not going to do
Well,
it.
you bump it on a kicker.
Yeah.
Let
Somebody
him throw
bumped him. Sorry, I should.
Yeah, well, so there are going to be some $2 kickers, Tucker, Butker, or Lutz. But
Did Tucker go for 2? He went a little earlier.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Josh Allen.
I want to bid again. Give me a bid. Nope. I got to find some steel receivers here. Wow. A battle over Josh Allen. $4. That's
Not
pretty
much
good.
of a battle.
That's a good number. $4.
Yeah. I mean,
Now
everyone's got
Brad
important-
Kruse is getting happier.
Let's see who's nominating.
fantasy Sharks.
Can't believe I have $4 for a quarterback.
Drew Brees.
Yeah. Hey.
Here comes Bob Long.
Yep. $4. I wish some of these guys would bid on. I would nominate some receivers.
DJ Moore. I thought he already won.
Pardon?
He did.
Let me refresh.
I didn't hit where DJ Moore went, so I don't remember.
Oh, Crowder.
He went a little while ago.
Yeah, $26 for Moore.
All right.
For some reason it said
Yep.
we were bidding on Moore on my screen for a weird reason. Crowder, wow, $6. So, Crowder's getting some action. Wow.
Did somebody bid on Crowder?
He's
Yeah,
currently
he's
going.
$7.
Oh, Jesus. I'm showing on my thing Minnesota Vikings defense. Okay. It's
Oh, yeah,
one
they
of
went
those
for it.
nights, huh?
Yeah.
So Crowder's pretty far on the list. Do you think 9's too much?
I think 9's too much. I mean, what are some of the receivers that went in that $10 to $13 range? Crowder tends not to be in that
Fuller
group,
went for
right?
17.
Yeah, he kind of went high.
You take Gallup over Crowder?
I would.
I would.
Remind me to bid on him in a little while here. What did he weigh before 11? Now
There's JuJu.
There's Brad's receiver. Come on, guys, bid him up so I can pick some other receiver.
Ooh, went 14 to 21, so
Go,
he's
go,
heading.
go. Come on, big guy fantasy. Jump in there.
That's great. I definitely like Allen Robinson better than JuJu, so that worked out.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, for me, it's not. It's
27 so far. Yep, there comes Big Guy Fantasy Sports. Just can't let him go. Whew, 29. Spend the money, baby. What's that, Brad?
The Huddles fighting for it. It's in the 30s now.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. $32.
That's pricey.
Evans is going to go for a lot. He's kind of sitting there like a sore thumb right now.
That's what I was
He
thinking.
might or he might not.
Well, Evans certainly not on my I got to have him list, but I may end up getting him because I need receivers.
I mean, Evans just delivers 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns, right? That's Evan Ingram.
Any upside this year with Brady or not? Because you've got Gronk there, etc.
Well, I think
You got a lot of-
of.
But I think they're going to run a up tempo
team, and then he's going to do less turnovers than Winston.
Gotcha.
I think Evans is going to be fine.
Looks like everybody's excited about Evan Ingram.
Yeah, so it tends to go Waller, Ingram, Higbee, and Hunter Henry. So you got Higbee cheaper than those two, which is good.
Wait for 8. Come on, guys. Big more receivers. Or nominate more receivers.
Kicker you want for $1, this is a good.
What's that?
If there's a kicker you want for $1, this seems to be a good time.
Oh, I'm on deck too. All right. I always like Elliott for Philadelphia. Maybe I'll put him in here.
I'm sure you can get him for $1.
I'm not sure who to go for right now. All right, I'll go get a kicker. Let me look at the receivers.
So Diggs is at $2.
Yeah, as much as I don't like Big Diggs, his price better jump up a considerable amount.
Okay, now we're getting into his territory.
Yep. His ADP a little out of the same range AJ Green. He's at 602, so started the 6th round.
Okay, so $15 is a fair price for him.
I'm letting him go.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of.
So do you
That
think
guy.
you think I should try Gallup now or just go for my kicker?
Either way, at some point people just start drafting kickers for $1, and I always like to be on the front end of that.
Okay, sounds good. Now I can't draft him. I guess I'm gonna have to get control refresh every time it's my
Yeah, probably so.
but not enough time to click it. Come on. Jesus. All right. Never mind. Can't
Melvin
bid.
Gordon.
I talk about bidding or nominating, but I don't.
All right, so this is a guy that if people don't like him, you could put on your team.
Right. So what would be
But
a good
you
price
running
range
back,
for
so-
him?
Looks like it's going up quickly.
Yeah, I'd say 18 to 22 is going to probably be his range.
All right. I'll wait. I got some other running backs later.
Yeah, it's not a need right now. You never know how people feel about these veteran runners, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's... Ooh, 22 pops in there.
Yeah, it's, according to Leonard Fournette, who went one pick before him in the ADP, running back 20 and Melvin Gordon 21, you should be at about $33. No. I'm going to not forgive the $35 Leonard Fournette forever.
That was a wild one.
That's good.
Well, next time I'm next nominator, I will refresh the draft board. Wow.
Looks like you've got the third highest max bid right now.
Do I? I am set.
So yeah, so you're still in a good money situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, big guys, 86, Sportsbook Wire 79, Emo 70.
At least I'm not we have the cheapest or whatever. But I'm close.
No, there's...
So what do you think about Keenan Allen?
I still like him. slightly more than probably ADP does. I think he's easily overlooked. I think Tyrod Taylor's played reasonably well, says Sammy Watkins of 2015. So, I mean, I just think the quarterback situation is a little bit overblown. His current ADP is like he's 505. I mean, I think that's pretty low for a guy with 136 targets minimum each of the last 3 years, 1,100 yards.
That's crazy.
No injuries. So I think he's a fair value if he goes at that 5th round price.
Yeah, look, he's in the 20s already.
Yep.
Come on,
He's
big
heading-
guy, fantasy sports. Spend your money.
I mean, DJ Moore and Allen Robinson was going just a few dollars more.
Oh, God.
Right. I mean, that's, he's climbed right up there. Maybe a little desperation coming in.
22. And Garrett's a kicker.
I'm not, loving all the same names Bob has got on his team, but it's got a decent team. He's got Eckler, Carson, Gurley at running back. So I mean, if Gurley can turn back the clock, that's going to be strong. And now Keenan Allen's his first receiver, and Evan Ingram's a solid tight end.
Yeah, needs to stay healthy, but definite upside there, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, he could do it. I think the key is going to be Gurley on this team. And I guess Evan Ingram, too. Can he put a healthy year in? Yeah, so here's the kickers going. Fairbairn, then Lambeau. James White's an interesting guy with Michelle looking like he's going to be on the shelf.
Yeah, I'm going to let him go.
What's White's ADP?
It's surprisingly low. Let me bring it up here. It's 6'11".
Oh, really? That's
So
high.
same range as Ronald. Same range as Ronald Jones, Cam Akers, J.K. Dobbins in that same range, Marlon Mack, Jordan Howard, and Matt Breida are in the 7th round guys. And then the 8th round, you're looking at Tariq Cohen and Tevin Coleman.
He's creeping up.
Yeah, no, he's going for a good price there.
Yeah, a little reporting in the last 2 days that he's going to have a massive workload. When Lamar Miller gets signed, immediately goes on PUP. Sony Michel on PUP. Yes. Damian Harris still available, but nobody trusts him, so White seems to be growing a little bit. 13 seems okay.
Yeah,
What did Cam Akers go for? 15, 16? So basically one pick
10.
later is where he's going.
Akers went 10.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so. You may want to double check because
I'll have to double check.
Golden Tate. I'm going to let him go. $6 for Golden Tate.
Akers, you're right, $10.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap. It turned out. Alshon Jeffrey for $1. That's pretty good value.
And what happened? Sportsbook place a lot of the bids here. I wonder what they're thinking.
What's that?
A sportsbook. We're not. No, they've only got 4 guys on their team.
Yeah. Yeah, he's only got 4 guys. RotoViz has been bidding a lot, and he's only got 4 players.
Yeah,
Got rid of another
he's
kicker. Hey, and there's my guy. All right. Guess who nominated him? Big Guy Fantasy. All right, let's see if that's my name. I just jumped it to 22.
See who's serious here in short order.
I don't know, how much should I go, guys?
He's the 8th wide receiver, so we're hitting that area right now, I would say.
Yeah, I'm going to let him go.
You know, Golladay was kind of a steal, so he's already a couple bucks more than him. So
yeah, I missed it on Golladay, and I missed it on Godwin. I'm going to have to let this guy go because now you're getting that end of the level scenario, and you got desperate. I just wish the Huddle or somebody would bid up big guy 1 or 2 more, but we'll let it go. $31 for Evans. Probably should have more guts, huh?
I don't know. I think that's not unwise. Let him go.
Yeah, maybe I ought to go for Woods for the Rams with Cooks gone. So I forgot, did you guys like Metcalf or Lockett for Seattle?
To me, it depends on roster construction. Yeah. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I like them both. I mean, I like. There's a wide class of receivers in that range that I think are all good.
Well, I'm going to hopefully get a
Carson Wentz, $3.
Oh, I like Bob Wood.
Let's see how high the news takes this guy. He's already to 10. Can I afford this guy? I don't know. What do you think, Brad? Is that too much for Wood? I've already got 3 running backs. I'm going to let him go. I'm going to get Zach Moss.
Jones, or that's Ronald Jones, right?
Yep, Ronald Jones. He's already up to 15. I'm going to let him go because I've spent 3 on running backs. I need to spend some money on receivers, and maybe I can get a Kelly or a Zach Moss or
Zach Moss,
for,
yeah,
for, $5 or $6 or $7. He's up to 17, which is where he's at. I'm letting him go. Turns out Swift and Acre were very good values early in the draft.
You're going to need to reload him.
Yep. I will do that. I'm on deck? Ooh. How about Thielen? What do you guys think about Thielen this year with Diggs going?
Seems like a reasonable volume play given the circumstances. I mean, I don't know, Justin Jefferson and Ty Sharp aren't huge threats for limiting his workload. He's been very effective when targeted heavily. It's just not the ideal passing attack.
Well, there goes Sutton. Would I like Woods?
So you're seeing guys go off?
I'm sorry?
You're actually seeing what's going on. I'm showing you you're suspended and can't,
Oh, I need to reload the page. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
This thing loves doing that. Because I'm not using
Going
the one in the
once.
system. All right, here we go. So what do you think about Sutton versus Woods? You guys?
I think Woods is a higher floor player to me. But
Yeah, I like Woods better.
All right, I'll let this guy go, and I'm going to see if I can get Woods. And so these guys can spend all their money.
that may be a Bob Lung guy too. That consistent production is
Oh God, he's not a Buffalo
be
player.
interesting to see.
Yeah, we're gonna find.
Yeah, he's drafted some guys that surprised me. So
Yep. Okay, current nominator. What was I gonna do? Let's go Woods here. I'm gonna bid 11. Shit.
no,
That's doing it to me again. I have to refresh.
you
Hopefully.
just refreshed.
I know. I don't know what's wrong with this. Maybe it's my computer.
Wow.
Oh, come on. I didn't get it. Jesus Christ. Oh, well. I'll go for Thielen. I can't bid. I don't know what the heck's going on. Starting to crawl up there a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let him go. Wish I could have got that Woods bid in.
You need to make sure you can bid.
I don't get it. Yeah, it's really strange.
Thielen is going off for about the same place as Evans, so he got a pretty reasonable deal there. You know, a little like one pick after Evans, well after Golladay and Godwin.
Yeah, it's not bad. Hey, there's your buddy, AJ Green.
I like it. The reporting has been really positive. The teammates say he looks like his old self. Of course, the brief clips of film I've seen, I cannot tell if he's his old self.
Yeah, and the
But
attitude.
if he's $10, yeah.
What'd you say, Brad?
The attitude seems good. You know, so to me, it comes down to, do you believe in Burrow? Right?
Yeah.
Can Burrow play at least as well as Dalton?
That's a good question. Looks like we got a little battle going on between FF Today and Big Guy. I think FF Today is getting close to his max bid of 19.
The big guy took him off the board.
Good. Spend your money.
You're definitely the guy with the cash right now.
I'm trying to spend it. Well, you got Woods, Hilton, Chark, Metcalf, Lockett, and Hollywood Brown that are kind of in that area. I need to get at least one of those, if not two of those guys, if I can afford it. And I think I can afford it.
Pretty sure you can.
We start four receivers in this league, no flex. So,
And there's Bob Woods.
hey, finally! All right, what do you think, guys? How?
I think the current ADP is 407, so Ridley, Cooper Kupp, A.J. Brown, right in between those guys.
I forget where Kupp went. I was like 20 something.
Yeah, he was in the mid-20s. Let me double check.
I think it was 25.
It was 26.
Yeah.
So Sportsbook Wire is another guy with money who's shown interest in him.
I can't bid. Every time I bid, it doesn't work.
That's not helpful. There you go.
So it's after him too.
Yeah, let's see. RotoBiz.
See if anyone nibbles
too,
now. They're thinking. There he is.
That Allen Robinson price you got was fantastic.
Yeah, we're getting into that level issue, I'm afraid.
Bob Long would argue that Robert Woods is more. There you got him.
All right. Well, that's hopefully going to help me out.
Yeah, it's a high floor guy to me with, not without upside. I mean, we've seen him have big games, but he seemed to be a little more consistent, especially down the stretch. When Higbee came on, they started running different packages, and Kupp wasn't on the field as much as Woods. So I don't think that's, I think that's a defendable price. Liking him or paying more than Kupp or the same price is pretty defendable.
I'm kind of stuck at this point. I got to that level scenario. You've got the top 19 receivers taken, and if Woods is, within there, in my rankings he is, I'm stuck. Unless I want to drop down and take some more, but I'm trying to think like Brad and take some high ranked players.
So I mean, if you look back at your draft, you took a guy on the 1-2 turn in Drake, got him for a decent value. You got Allen Robinson, who I think is a 2-3 turn guy. So you got him good. Woods is a 4th rounder. You got him. Hunt's a 5th rounder. You got him. So you got a 2, a 2-3, a 4, 4-5, and you got 44 left. So just when you can afford another $20 guy, I mean, if you can get Gallup cheap, you're going to be in really good shape. Carry on went for 8, huh?
Yep. All right.
So you said the Seattle guys, the Hollywood.
Yeah, both Seattle guys and Hollywood Brown still look really appealing, as well as Gallup.
Yeah.
Will probably be the cheaper piece of that
Why
puzzle.
don't they throw Hollywood in there just to see what happens?
Landry are also good plays.
Yeah, Landry's a reliable character.
Yeah, and he actually does better when AJ plays too, because then AJ Green takes the cornerback.
That's a good point. So Jared Cook went. I don't even probably need to write these tight ends down on my cheat sheet because I don't think I'm taking another one. Although we'll see.
I mean, if you spent $25 on Boyd and Gallup, for example, combined,
That'd be a scoop on it.
that would be awesome, right?
Yeah, that would be great. How much have I spent? Where am I on this list?
The Huddle and Sportsbook are the guys who have money right now.
Huddle. The Dory drafting?
I'm not sure who from the Huddle is drafting.
Dory, he's in Texas.
Wow. Okay. When am I bidding? When am I nominating again? I want to nominate.
Probably never based on recent history.
I think just waiting for other people to nominate my. Well, I paid for Woods. Hopefully, it will pay off. Yeah. So if we take the coaching staff of Baltimore seriously, and they think that Hollywood Brown's going to have a breakout year. Should I
Who else has
nominate
put on
him fairly
23 pounds
soon?
of muscle this offseason?
Should I nominate him soon, or should I wait a few more rounds and see people spend their money?
So I think I'd go Gallup, because if you've got the Hollywood and Metcalf Lockett people who tend to go earlier still out there that people might want to hold off some money for,
Yeah,
you've
gotcha.
got a better chance of Gallup not getting overbid.
Oh, okay. I will. Oh, hey, Gallup's on the clock right now.
Oh,
There he is, right there.
11. Is that too much? That's too much for him, isn't it? That's about the end.
I don't think it's too much, but hopefully you
ADP
get
is
him.
707.
I bet I'm not
Okay,
getting
so
overbid. I bet I'm getting
It's
over
pricing
11.
for a seventh rounder, but I think it's good.
All right.
Yeah,
I think
look, he
looks-
played well above that range last year, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
All right, I got 3 receivers.
yeah. But you start 4.
And
Oh, Chark's another good one, right? So see if he's a.
Yeah, if he comes up cheap, of course, the big guy is hurting for receivers. And he spent more money than me. Rotoviz can't get anybody. Oh, he's starting to finally get players, isn't he? So what do you think on this Chark?
I like Chark.
Chark too. I feel like with. Go ahead. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Now he went for 18. So now you're at least getting him up there.
I think
yeah,
I'm gonna hold off on. Yeah, I'm not gonna go anymore on Chark.
Yeah. No,
Like
I
you said,
think
maybe I can try and see what Marcus Brown comes out to. He's just kind of a complete wild card. And
Yeah.
I like wild cards.
Yeah, it seems like you have like the kind of high floor guys right now where you could take a little gamble on a high upside guy, whether it's Metcalf or Brown.
Geez, Chark's up to 21 now. That's good idea, Bob. I bet Marcus Brown goes for like $25. Hey, there's the other guy you say I should take.
What did McLaurin go for?
Well, let's
I
not.
forgot to write that one down.
Hold on.
What's? Yeah, big, like nice
So
boy.
he's on Gridiron Experts.
I'm going to let Boyd go.
McLaurin went for 20.
So I mean, we had said if you got Gallup and Boyd for a combined 25.
Yeah.
That's right about here.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think I'm going to go for Brown, Marcus Brown.
Okay.
I'm going to leave for that. I'm going to trust the coach. Of course, I may get upset on that.
Lamar Jackson can throw pretty good for a running back too. That helps.
Yes.
Just ask him.
Nope.
Boyd plus Gallup would have been exactly 25.
You know,
Yep.
and I named my team, what would Brad do? And then I didn't listen to you.
That's okay.
No. Yeah.
I mean, there are other receivers in this ilk that you can go with as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best player in the NFL, John Brown, still available. You'd be surprised to learn.
There we are.
Well, the second best
I don't-
player after Will Dissly.
There we are. I'm going to let Edelman go. Okay, when's my next bid? Oh my God, I'm nominating next. So I'm going to refresh my screen.
Refresh.
Gosh. All right, I'm going to do something stupid. God, it takes a while for mine. Maybe my machine is just meth. It's probably mine. It's probably me. All right, where the hell's Brown at? How much time do I have? 17 seconds to find Brown.
18, yeah.
Shit. And then it says, unable to nominate, player missing his error valid. I can't nominate Brown.
Okay.
Stupid frickin' thing.
Tyler Lockett. Okay.
I can't follow a strategy if I can't nominate.
Makes it a little difficult. The people on YouTube are commiserating.
All right. Well, off he goes.
We're going to get another $20 player here.
He should be in that area with on my rankings. I'm going to try and hold out for Brown. I don't know why I'm doing that. Short-sighted.
I think it's between Metcalf, Brown, I mean, if you're looking for a high upside guy, there's two of them there. And I don't know if you waited long enough, and if they came up long enough, maybe the dearth of cash would work in your favor for others.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about nominating Hollywood unless you think the order is important, because someone's going to nominate him, and then you're just going to bidding war for him. Is there a deep sleeper that you want to put on your team for $1 right now?
Well, Slayton, he's probably not a dollar player, do you think?
Yeah, he's probably not a dollar player. I mean, shit, Golden Tate went for $5, right?
Yeah. Well, there's Landry. Landry's bound to go pretty high.
Yeah, I would think so.
He's already at 11.
He was wide receiver 15 last year. Current ADP, though, is round 7, right after Gallup, so...
And he's going for more than Gallup, so Gallup's maybe doing it okay.
There we are.
Oh, look at that. Oh, big guy is saying he can't draft more than 4 receivers. Is that right?
Yeah, he's hurting. He's only got 9 max bid right now, big guy.
No, he's saying that they won't let him bid around a receiver.
Yeah, but his max bid is $9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, because he's like, I'm out of money.
Not enough money. DS. DA. Put the beer down. Start drinking coffee.
Oh, he's saying at $2 he couldn't bid. Maybe it already bid up. And
Yeah. Or maybe when he looked down, it was, I hadn't showed up yet. Come on, man. The guy went for 18. You weren't going to get him. You have a 9 max.
yeah.
So I don't know why we're pausing.
Because we're 3 hours and 2 hours and 45 minutes into this draft, and it's not going slow enough. There's the answer. I jumped it up to $10.
No maximums. Okay, Bob. Put the WR away and let's get back to the draft.
It's interesting that nobody's got more than. Oh, this guy's got to have. Yeah, Fantasy Shark has more than 4 receivers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 receivers already. He's got 16. 19.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I like Fantasy Shark's start. I think I'd have gone with some different names later on. But what would Deshaun Jackson go for?
I thought it was pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, he goes late in drafts. You put him on your team for $1. Maybe it only gives you.
Oh yeah, he has not gone yet, has he?
No, he hasn't.
But I'm thinking of is there if you put a couple of $1 guys that you like on your team, it gives you more confidence in going hard for a player.
I see.
Because
If you've already got him
fewer
on there, then you know what
Yeah.
you got. That's a good point.
versus waiting until Deshaun Jackson's the best guy left, and then the people with money will take him.
Jonnu Smith, a $1 player.
There we are.
Now we're starting to get in that range. Gerald
Yeah, the
Everett better
problem-
be a $1 player.
Yeah.
You would think.
And with you having, if you wanted to have a second tight end, that's a good, you know, if Higbee does fall back with a healthy Everett,
That's a
then-
good point. I probably should consider that, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, you got auction for $1. Yeah. You'd want to put him on your team for $1. You would have had to go 2 at that point.
Yep, which is fine. But, if I'm going to do a second tight end, you still got Gronkowski, Doyle, Hawkinson, Fant. Those are,
Brandon Cooks, another guy in that same price range of the wide receivers we're talking about that you like,
Yeah.
Emil.
that's true.
So let's see what he goes for.
How bad do I want?
Hey, there work because you have that much money, Bob, because he's underseated. So yeah.
She's still.
So
calling.
now he's got it figured out. No, he's got it figured out. He realizes it was the money.
I just bid 9 on Cooks.
The good news is the guys bidding against you have money.
What's that?
The,
I mean, 10 is not an unreasonable price for him, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't really like the guy.
Neither is 11. Yeah, I don't either, but that's a pretty good price. Now it's starting to.
I'm going to let him go. I'm going for Brown.
Football guys has got the big money. Why is he not bidding?
He doesn't like him. He's got some player. He's going to get Brown. He's going to bid on Brown. I just know it.
Or Metcalf.
Connor
Or the
Jones.
real Brown, John Brown.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. I love it.
He's got Fuller, Hopkins, Judy as 3 receivers. I mean, he's got some players.
Auctions definitely last a while, don't they?
Yeah,
Certainly
especially the glitchy ones. Yeah, the glitchier. I mean, auctions do last, but the glitchier ones like this one, I think that's been an issue.
That has not helped yet.
Yeah, these $1 players in this format, they would normally go a couple seconds in a live auction. A $1 kicker, okay?
Yeah.
Good, no.
That's a good point. Marlon Mack. Also, remember, I want to bid on Zach Moss too,
Yep.
and I probably would be nice to do it soon. All right, big guy goes for a tight end.
Hayden Hurst.
Yep.
Somewhere Mike Dempsey is reflexively bidding. Wow, $3.
Big guy. I think he's gonna.
The guy rolling, moving up into the top 10 ADP at 8, 7, somewhere in that range. Hayden Hurst went awful cheap. Jack Doyle's guy I love. He's a $1 player or $2 player based on ADP. $1 should be.
Yep.
Yeah, with his $9 max bid, he's looking to put a couple of those $1 guys in.
I feel like I wanted to make him pay. I felt like I'm so mean.
Yeah, we also have DeAndre Washington to think about later on.
Yeah, Tariq Cohen's an interesting guy.
And those will be freebies in the $1 world.
What do you guys think of Cohen?
Wow. I don't know. I have a blind spot for him, admittedly. I think they want him to do more than he did last year, yet I think they wanted him to do more last year than he did last year. So, I think he has a role. I think 11's getting expensive for him.
Yeah, no, he's getting money now. He was in there at 2 or 3 when and I started asking questions. He had like 160 points last year and 236 the year before.
Yeah, he definitely dropped last year, didn't he?
Hey.
Will he come back? If he does, it's good value. Except 11's a lot to pay for him right there.
They paid a good price for him. Yeah, I mean it's he's probably what 7th, 8th round guy.
Yeah.
So what, Emo, you got the second highest bid available right now? Is that?
Yes.
30. Purple guy's 39.
Gee, David Montgomery.
Purple guy's still going. Yeah.
Kind of interesting to see where he goes. I think he's pretty good. Should go a fair amount higher than Cohen.
You would think, yeah.
Wow.
Bong, bong, bong.
I mean, for me, he's the end of the tier of full workload guys. So I was surprised there's not a little pressure on that price. Wow.
$12.
$12.
I'm on deck.
That's a
Control
bargain.
R. All right, should I nominate Zach Moore or should I nominate Brown? What do you
Zach
guys
Moss or Brown? I think I'm not against waiting on Brown and see, let other people spend a little more.
Yeah, though you don't want him to be the best guy left.
You don't want to be what?
You don't want him to be the top dog left.
Hey,
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody solved the problem for me.
Metcalf's still there, so I think, that key kind of puts a little factor on it, but man, price is going up quick. Oh, not too quick. It slowed down.
I gotta believe he's going to go.
Say what?
What did AJ Green go for? We talking the 17 range?
He went 16.
So the good news is football guys.
So far, he hadn't jumped in. The man with the money.
You got him.
Jeez.
12. Nice.
Jesus.
Nice.
That's a steal. I finally got a steal. Okay, now I don't know what I'm doing next.
Hopefully a steal.
Yeah,
Still
we'll
in pretty
find
good
out.
cash too.
Why can't I nominate? Let's see. I'm going to put Moss in here, but I got to find him first. It didn't let me nominate him.
It might have to be another good nom that
I can't nominate.
might get in for a buck.
Who? Metcalf?
No, the guy you nominated.
Michelle, yeah. I probably will. Didn't want him. Wouldn't that be funny if I ended up good? I'm screwed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, somebody bailed me out, huh? Yep. I'm just going to let him go.
Yeah, I would. No guarantee.
I got Brown for $12, was it? That's going to help me.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got a real problem, though. If I can't nominate when we get later on, I could get stuck with forced bids. I wonder if I can IM the commissioner and tell him to nominate for me when I get there.
Yeah, I would think
Yeah, I would send a message saying I haven't been able to nominate for about 30 rounds, so I'm going to start asking you now that we get close to the end to nominate for me because this is bullshit. Shoosh, as they say on the YouTube.
there's no nomination viewer.
Who's on right now?
Brashard.
Herman.
He's
I'll let him go.
$5.
I'm not even sure if I'm going to mark him off my list. Yeah, I will. Just kidding.
Commissioner.
Maybe somebody wanted to bid on him. He's talking to me, but I talk to him.
No, it's yeah.
Is he talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're probably going. It's not my nomination right now, so I don't know why he stopped the frickin' draft. I told him I'm having trouble nominating just to him.
Yeah.
And I said, on my
Right.
next nomination, just can I tell you? And then he tells me how to nominate. I think I know how to nominate.
Yeah, you select that player and you hit the nominate button. It's not real complicated.
Here's interesting. Coleman, what's he got free? I'm not going to take him.
Yeah. I get why he might think that's a strategy earlier, but I mean, as you get to the
Not
end
when you
and
get to the end.
you know,
When you're
right,
doing
it's,
$1
you know, it's a
bids.
little more important.
Here's Metcalf.
Oh my! Do I have enough money for him?
If he's only going for $1, you do.
What do I have
About
right
11.
now?
Max. Is it 14, 15?
What do you
What's it
think, Zach?
saying, Emil? If you click a player and enter a bid of at least $1, then press nominate. Nothing happens. It doesn't work.
You know, just nominate for me. You know, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, so
Metcalf's
football guys
at
was
18. Pardon?
So 18.
All right.
on
We get to
FF
let
today used
Metcalf go. All right, what do I have?
Today.
I've got
19.
$30.
football guys are going to take him off the board for 20.
Try refresh or closing and opening the browser.
I've refreshed every single time. God.
All right, I'm going to refresh. Let me wait till this next bid here, and I'm going to refresh. I'm going to close it and reopen it as he suggests.
So so football guys was waiting for Metcalf.
Got him for 20. Good.
You went over FF to max bid.
Oh yeah.
You and there's like 5 of you with $1 max bids right now. So you're right in the mix of money.
Cool. All right, I close my browser and I reopen it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, he says just enter in the chat.
Finally.
Baby. Surprised how many people are still going for.
All right, who's next? Maybe we're going to start getting some low prices here. So what do you think Dobbins is going to go for? He's still been waiting around.
Yeah, I was just thinking. So the
Who-
Huddle football, FF today, Sportsbook Wire, the guys you got, and who might be sitting there saying I'm saving my money.
All right. Fantasy Sharks.
I mean, FF today only has 2 running backs for 8. Also only 2 wide,
Interesting.
but all his money on Metcalf. But didn't get him.
Yeah, FF today has got some holes to fill.
And not much budget to do it in.
Nope.
Sterling Shepard for $5. Yeah,
Maybe I can get
do that.
Slayton for $5 or less.
It feels like these guys should go for less.
Breida. Tempted to take him.
No, maybe TY is here.
He's an
Your
interesting
next
one. He's waiting out.
I mean, theoretically, he should be a double-digit guy, right?
If he's healthy, he should be. Yeah. But
He's
I
who
wouldn't be
is that?
surprised.
Breida? I mean, Breida's
Right.
going 2 picks after Howard. How much did Howard go for?
Howard
$3.
went for a lot.
$3. That's a hell of a
Yeah, he was
value.
like 10 or 11, wasn't he?
Yes. He was 12. Howard was 12.
Yeah, that was way Howard.
Chris Herron for $1. How many players do I have left? 8. And I got a kicker. I already have a kicker. I wonder if there's a decent defense to consider for $1.
Get Jones for him.
Say what?
Get Marvin.
Marvin Jones? There's your Hilton guy. This could be a battling situation.
Marvin Jones was like per game.
Yeah, Jones is still there. There's a couple guys I kind of like here.
Yeah.
These guys are bidding on Hilton. He's going to go high.
Yeah, so here's the guy. Good.
Bid,
One of those guys,
bid, spend.
yeah, one of those guys is going to drop. And then Emmanuel Sanders.
So, I mean, still going for the, I guess this is where we're at that point where they're making their move.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, this is the best guy left, right?
Yeah, this is a prime example of that end of tier.
Yeah, and with a guy with the money. See, you just got to hope the guys you're like, he doesn't like at this point.
Right.
Yep.
So Huddle just put his max bid on him. And Sportsbook Trump, he's going to get him.
Well, Sportsbook will be out of money now.
So they'll have a $2 max.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad.
So effective. He's not going to be.
All right, who's bidding
Huddle
now?
and Cadillac holding the hammer.
Okay, I've already put in my bid in my window for the commissioner for my next bid, which is coming up after this guy's.
Watch him nominate. Yeah.
Big guy.
Jerry went $5.
Shoot. I meant to put that under commissioner, and it, because I refreshed, it took away the send message.
That's fine. He'll see it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, other people saw it, but I guess they're going to know anyway.
Oh, they can nominate him as well.
Lamb is going. I can always try and nominate him myself. He won't let me do it still. Okay, Commissioner. Commish. Oh, I don't believe this. He's not doing it.
there a button to stop?
Commissioner pauses.
He paused it.
Thank you. It says here, unable to nominate player, invalid bid. Player missing or invalid.
There he is.
All right.
There it is. Oh, somebody already bid 2 on me. Oh, look, we got some action here for Zach Moss. I think I'll bid on him.
Wow.
FF today, how much money does he have? 12 bucks?
Well, 16.
His max bid is 8.
Oh.
Or no, his max bid is what, 16?
Yeah.
16, yeah.
I don't think he wants to spend 16 on Zach Moss.
I don't think he does either.
Yep. We got the FF today.
Oh.
Sneaking in. Well, they bid him up on me, but I'm going to take him anyway. I got it from 8. That's not a great price. But
He's at 16 along with FF today. There's your max bid. $12. So the Huddles got the hammer. Football guys right there.
so I got 4 running backs and 4 receivers.
So, who on this? I think Dobbins will draw money from some.
Yeah, I think so too. I think someone's waiting for him. Might be Hasley, might be the Huddle.
I like Marvin Jones. Debo Samuel is interesting. What do you guys think about his injury? We'll talk about.
If I was sure he was going to be back week 8, I would pay half of what I would otherwise pay for him.
Yeah, and otherwise he'd probably go.
Oh, he'd probably be gone.
I'll be back. I'm going to let the dog out.
Well, Sanders just nominated.
Kudos to the 9 of you still watching this on YouTube. Keep up any questions you have. We're still here. I'm surprised you are. We're 3 hours and 10 minutes into this draft. And Bob Lung has been drinking.
So,
Emu Bob Lung has been drinking.
didn't I say that earlier?
You did. That's what I finally admitted. I'm getting hangry. So,
Dobbins would be a good guy to throw out there because I don't think you're targeting him. But he's gonna take away some.
he's going to draw some of that
idea.
football, some of that Huddle or Hasley.
Cool.
Someone's got. Do either of them have Ingram? I wonder. Who has Ingram?
The Huddle. What does he have?
Fantasy Sharks got some stuff.
Yeah, so he's got Akers, Bell, Fournette, and Sony Michel. So he's got Akers, Bell, and Fournette. So he'd be interested in him, I would imagine.
Who are you talking about? Dobbins?
You nominate, because he's by far and away the next running back, right? He's clearly the guy.
Hey,
So
the best Brown in the NFL.
Look at him, second best player next to Will Dissly. Fire the dismissal. need to refresh email?
Huh? Oh, up on the
You need
top.
to
Sorry
refresh?
about that.
That's okay.
Reload page. Thank you for
So the question is, do
noticing.
you want Duke on your team? He's already
Wow,
at
John Brown, a $1 player? What the hell? I want in this league.
Going once.
Duke Johnson.
I don't even want to live in a world where Duke Johnson costs more than John Brown. Next thing you know, Will Dissly will be going for $1. What the hell is the matter with this world?
Adrian Peterson.
Adrian?
I'll be interested to see what happens here.
Starting back. Fantasy Sharks comes in. Gives him his max bid.
Woo. Sorry, big guy.
So the Huddle's still got a decent amount of money for the.
Yeah, the Huddle can still play $23.
Yeah, you can.
$18.
So
He paused. He lost Doug.
Marvin Jones bidding has begun.
Other than the pause. All right, so obviously I want to bid on Jones. What should I pay for him, Bob and Brad?
I think he's going to go for more than 5, but we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, you're looking at that, Emmanuel. What did Emmanuel Sanders just go for? And CeeDee Lamb.
I missed that. Let's see.
CeeDee Lamb, I think, went for either 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's
Sanders,
they're right in the
5.
same range. Interesting, Henry Ruggs is in that range. Slayton in that same range as well.
I like Jones more than those guys.
I do too. I do as well. So,
I've got him right.
and he's a little
22 on the
pricier.
cheat sheet.
Yeah, he's coming off the board as 38.
He should go.
So we'll see what.
Go ahead.
Well, we'll see how the bidding goes for him. If these guys with
Oh, they lost Doug Orth. Come back, Doug.
He's at home in an auction draft.
He's at home. What?
In an auction draft.
Must be fun to be the commissioner for an auction draft. Oh, sorry, LOL.
Okay. Gee, man. Christmas.
So I mean, the Marvin Jones is interesting because if these guys are saving for Dobbins, that might constrain.
They're not going to pay, yeah.
Well, I'm going to nominate him next.
Oh.
So, what are we waiting for here?
Doug Orth is having problems.
Cool.
Which team is he?
USA Today, I think, maybe.
Is there a way to turn on auto draft?
I have $1 per player. I got to deal with these idiots who cut my power. So Howard Bender's having problems with workers in his house who have cut off his power. And he's trying to draft on a phone.
My gosh.
They'll auto-nominate for you. You'll get whoever they give. Darius Geis on his way.
Goodness gracious.
All right, guys, let's do it. We're getting close here.
Oh, and Sharks has a full team.
Oh, we got somebody this
Yeah, he's
game.
done.
Fantastic. The first guy to finish.
That's what he's saying.
Yep. Wow. Why Tony?
Who cares? Oh, because Tony is done. Yes. Oh, that's Doug Orth, I bet you. That's on FF today. So I'll let you know if there's another. Okay, fair enough. Let's go. Unpause. Jiminy Christmas, man.
So
Doug,
we got Jones on the clock.
Hey, one Adrian Peterson just left because he's done. Or Duke Jones.
All right, unpausing would be the thing that you do to start the draft up. That would be the helpful move.
He's offering to redo the last two noms.
Why?
Why?
Because the guy had been cut off.
Oh.
But the guy who won Adrian Peterson disengaged because he's got a full roster. So let's hope he doesn't say he wants Adrian Peterson.
Come on, guys, let's do it. So let me do a count. I've got how many players left? I have 7 players left.
Yes, $16 max.
You know, 1 defense. So I have 6 players other than defense.
Johnson.
I have 4 running backs and 4 wide receivers.
This is the midnight dinner for me.
Yep.
All right, they're going to pull it.
I wonder if I even should consider a second tight end because there's no flex. The flex doesn't include a tight end.
Yeah, and you can't. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of inflexible there.
No pun intended.
Mark up to 7. No, 8.
Pardon?
Yeah, that went up quickly. It's Hasley that's bidden, right? Hasley and who?
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Huddle and Blitz.
Blitz Podcast is hitting their max bid here. Oh, they have.
What should I bid to Marvin Jones? What do we come up with?
He was.
Pardon?
I think you're outside the range already.
Yeah.
Let him go?
I had said 5.
Yeah, I'd let him go.
What did you say, Brad?
I said $5 to $7 is what I projected.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. Well, okay, off he goes.
Yeah, there's still Darius Slayton there. There's still a handful of guys you like as well. So
yeah, I do like Slayton. I hope I'm right.
Yeah, I mean, I like Marvin Jones more, but not like double price more.
Who got him? The Huddle? Huddle has a max of 11 now. RotoViz has 11 openings and a maximum bid of 4. So he's hurting. Next nomination. Okay, who was I going to nominate? Now I forgot.
Dobbins.
Oh, Dobbins. Yeah.
Dobbins.
Philip Lindsay. He's lost his luster. Huh?
His luster lost him. I don't blame Philip. I blame the luster. Or Melvin Gordon.
Too. I could pick Kelly later. Henderson's available at running back.
You know, the problem you're going to have with Dobbins is you've got the second most money.
Well, am I putting him in just to get people to bid on him, or am I actually trying to do
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I was able to bid this time.
Yes, that's probably you. But if I was saying if football guys wants him, you're the only guy who's going to force a strong bid from football guys.
How high should I go with their Dobbins guy?
So if you go to $8, you take FF today off.
Okay, I just went to 9.
Okay.
I don't even know how much money I have right now.
You now have $8 left if this bid goes through.
I guess I'm getting Dobbins.
Yeah. So the reason why I said 8 is the guy could not bid 9 that was competing with you.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got to 8 before I could bid 8, so I threw an extra buck.
Got it.
I think I can live with that.
Yeah.
So I've got 5 running backs.
So you're good at running back.
I'm pretty good. So I'm going to have to get, but at the very end, I've still got 5 more players to take other than a defense.
Kind of surprising.
Go ahead.
Kind of surprising Dobbins wasn't in more demand there.
Yeah, especially with blitzed and who else? Hasley has a ton of money. Well, not a ton, but.
Who's Hasley? Which team?
Football Guys has 19. Blitzed has 13. You are one of a handful of guys with 8. Gridiron Experts has 10.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. Oh, hey. I think I'm going to have to let Deontay Johnson go. I don't have enough money.
Yeah, they're bidding up, and that'll take some guys down below you as well, or take somebody
I'm
below
actually
you.
in a position where I can't bid on a player. That's funny. It's not usual for me.
Hasley jumped in.
Pardon?
You know what you could do is do Alexander Madison for $1.
Oh, okay.
Rotoviz has Dalvin Cook and's only got 4, so that would force him to go at least 2 to take him.
I also got
wind up with
Henderson at Los Angeles and Deontay at Washington. Deontay, whatever.
Oh, you want DeAndre Washington? I think you're good at running back, though.
Yeah, let me see if I can focus on a couple of receivers. I just got to figure out what. If I want Slayton, is it time to bid on him or do I wait?
These guys are still going. I'd see if you can't get $1 receiver in like it's saying Deshaun Jackson or one of these big upside guys for $1.
Let me think about that. How about Neil Harry for New England?
He might be a dollar player.
Yeah, I mean, I think all those guys. And if someone
Lazard's
takes them for
probably not, would he? Lazard would probably
Tyrell
have jumped. God, I kind of want Slayton here. What's going on now? Kirk, okay.
Christian Kirk. We had to wait for the alarm, the timeout, because Howard had to leave.
Well, football guys, Deontay Johnson, 13, so they took him down to $7 max.
Yeah. So the Blitzed are in on this guy, though, or looks like they will. They were. I don't know if they'll go 5 or go 6. They could, but they aren't. Oh, wow. Before jumped in.
Pardon?
Yeah, before these guys become the obviously best player available, try to sneak them for $1. What about like a Brian Edwards?
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Would you take him before Neil Harry, New England?
I'd take Harry.
Yeah, so Harry, so you can't get him for $1.
I can
Harry's
throw him
up
out
there
just
now.
to see what happens, but
He's up there now. He's
up and it's $1. I'll bid 2. I got so much money.
But you don't.
Well, maybe somebody will have. No, I'll take Harry for 2.
Okay.
He's a wild card. I guess I'm getting them. All right, what have I got left?
You got
$11.
6.
5 players.
You got a $7 max.
yeah.
See, I'm doing better. Usually I got like $40 right now. Hey, Daniel Jones, if I only needed a third quarterback. All right.
$1 play is going now.
So what is the Blitzed podcast? Are they hurting at receiver? Maybe you guys can help.
Let me look. Let me refresh this. They have.
Yeah, Crowder's their only receiver.
They've got one.
Yeah, they need help at wideout.
So I probably don't
Yeah.
want to put up Slayton for bid until this guy
Probably
gets
not.
over my max bid.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna have
So
to
he'll get
sit
Rager here probably for 3. Oh, no, he will not.
Come on, man.
A5.
Bid some more. Yes.
He did.
Go, go, go. He needs to spend a couple more bucks to make my day.
I don't think he will. I think this is going to be it for the Rager.
Probably so. At least he went in the proper direction.
So 9 left for him. So you're like what, $1 bid below or max bid $1 below everyone?
Looks like it.
The high, yeah.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Good, that'll help.
Somebody's paying $2 for Larry. Good on them.
Yeah, the Blitzed podcast. He needs receivers.
Brad Kruse would not pay $2 for Larry Fitzgerald. I tell you that much.
I still think Madison might be an interesting bid for you because I think RotoViz theoretically should
Needs
put
him.
a 2 on it, which
So
will
you're
take
looking
his.
for me to throw a guy out there that somebody else will bid on so I can delay. That's good.
And if you wind up with him for $1, that's not bad because he's got a huge ceiling if it goes down or holds in.
Yeah, you don't think Henderson, if I put him up, wouldn't be bumped on me?
Well, it's
I
because
don't-
Cook
I don't-
he's a handcuff to Cook. I don't know if
Right.
the Akers guy would view him as a handcuff.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got to think about what to do here pretty soon. You also have Washington for Kansas City. I can't believe I could get him for $1, but maybe I could.
Yeah, because the Edwards Hilaire owner is not going to be getting him. Well, that's the Blitz podcast. He needs wide receivers. So if you really want Washington, that guy's not going to chase him.
This gets quite interesting at the end of the draft, doesn't it? Oh, crack, I'm next nomination.
Refresh!
Yeah. All right, Brad, I got to figure out what to do. You think I should put in Madison because the guy's going to take him?
Or if you have him, keep him for $1. I think that's a good value.
It probably is.
So I think the plan A is you're taking RotoViz
Do
down
I want
$1.
Madison
Wow.
over Washington? What do you think?
I mean,
I
Madison
don't think
goes
that's the
5-6 rounds
Yeah.
earlier.
Madison's been going earlier.
right. I think the idea is that you're more likely to draw a bid on Madison and cost someone some money,
sounds
but
I
you
don't
might
know.
end up with him for $1, and if you do, that's not the worst
Not a
thing. I
horrible
think that's
thing.
the
Okay, so you guys have convinced me. I've got my button on the nomination.
Wow, Debo $7. Holy cow!
that's who spent that?
FF today.
FF today. Wow.
Yeah, he almost went to his max to get him. This is where people are like lining up to get
This
one.
will be
guy.
interesting.
Yeah.
Looks like I've got him.
Nope.
Nope.
The Huddles.
Yes,
Then.
oh, thank you.
Because like I'm not going to let you walk with $1 for Madison.
Where's the huddle at? They
Rotoviz-
don't have a ton of
Let's see if
money.
RotoViz. I wonder if RotoViz jumps in. Nope.
Nope.
Well, I think RotoViz, he's got a $4 max, so he was like trying to time when he could get him for $1, and then I think decided he didn't want to go 2, and then he definitely
Yep.
didn't want to go 3 because that's all the powder he had left.
Maybe Roto. Maybe.
So even more importantly, you took Huddle down $1 max bid, so the extra $1 you put on Harry, you're now tied with 3 other guys at 7, and Blitz has the hammer with 8.
Blitz and big guy.
So if I really, really like
Big guy,
Slayton.
huh?
And if I
Oh,
can
yeah,
get
big
everybody
guy.
down to 7 with me, I can just bid 7 on them. And then my next, how many players do I have left? 4.
You got 5 guys. So I think you could,
There he
if
is.
someone puts, okay.
Ah,
So if you
Slayton's
want,
up.
shit. Should I just
We'll
bid
wait and
7?
see what he does. No.
still go 2 right now.
Oh, shit.
Same
Somebody already.
the alarm at the $1.
Go 3. There you go. You got him.
Nah, this guy's going to go higher.
USA Today has he's got that's his max bid. So you take him away for 5
Okay,
from
well,
him.
we'll see if nobody else bids.
Oh no, I guess it must be adjusted. He's got a 7 max. He's got the same max you do.
Yeah, but people don't want to spend 7. Come on, Slayton, fall into my lap.
You got
Booyah! Now I got no money left except for a couple bucks.
You
That's not
got a
bad.
$3. So again, trying to figure out these $1 guys that you can put on your team, so you could have a 3 for one guy.
Okay. 6 or
See how these.
This is wild. The blitz didn't even try. Of course, maybe he's hurting now.
So DD was.
Yeah, or maybe that's just not a wide receiver. He's just looking for dollar wide receivers, maybe.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, who do I like? Robbie Anderson's still available. That Jefferson from Minnesota, but somebody. I wonder if Lazard. Lazard has got to go for more than $1, wouldn't you think?
No. I mean, he could, but I don't know that he would for sure.
I mean, really, what's left are typically $1 guys, right? But
Okay.
people
Yep.
$7 max.
But you got guys with extra cash, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So people are going to spend the money to get their favorite target. Now, Chase is a guy. Well, you'd have to go to your max bid.
Yeah.
That was your
aim. Go.
Am I there?
I can hear you.
I can hear. Am I connected again? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My
Yeah.
AirPods are dying.
Maybe you guys can't hear me. Can you hear, Brad?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got to get a defense too, don't I? Is Buffalo gone yet? Yeah, they've gone.
So Patriots and Bears are both interesting. There's defenses there.
Which one would you take, Patriots or the Bears?
Are you
Yeah,
there?
I'm a hometown. To me, the Bears are interesting. You know, they added defensive end from Dallas. Who did 12 sacks from Dallas to Keem Hicks is healthy, and Khalil Mack. They're going to put a lot of pressure on the.
Maybe I'll take them next. See how it filters down.
And they drafted a corner in the second round, and they're trying to be.
Looks like somebody is doing something. Pause. Oh. There's that.
Gridiron got completed and left $3 on the table. Or left $2 on the table.
All right, we're getting another bid here. Yeah, see, I'm never this low with money. None of them not horribly low. But I'm glad I got Slayton.
See, this is where you look at the Huddles got money, but only 2 roster spots.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at him, you just figure out what's he want and can he go for roster.
Let's see where he's at. He's short with well, no, he's got a lot of receivers. I'm not sure where. He doesn't look hurting for anything.
Got 2 tight
Here
ends.
comes Deshaun Watson.
There's Deshaun.
Sean Jackson.
Ooh. The Huddle comes in.
Yeah, I was afraid that he wouldn't walk for $1, but he liked the on him. That helps you too.
Well, I'm going to go for Chicago defense on the next pick, and then just see if people can slow their money down, and then see if I can't get.
Does anyone not have? I mean, probably. But
Does anyone not have a what?
defense.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've got everyone. Let me see. Rotoviz does not have a defense. Sportsbook Wire does not have one.
Should I bid on
Football
Robbie
Diehards
Anderson?
does not have one.
Okay. So the other two
3
guys.
teams.
So Rotoviz only has $4. Sportsbook only has 2. So they're both not looking to spend $2. I think it's a good time to try to get one of those elite defense $1. Yeah.
Sounds
Oh, Robbie Anderson, $4.
Yep, I couldn't bid on that.
Ooh, A.J. Dillon.
Well, it's
And that's
speeding
who
up.
Rotoviz was waiting for Dillon. His max bid on him.
Ah,
Football guys could take him, and USA Today could take him. Blitzton, big guy could take him.
and there comes football guys.
So now it's left to blitz or big guy.
All right, what receivers am I looking at here?
Tony Pollard just got nominated.
Lazard's tempting, but I bet I won't get him for $1.
Brandon Ayuk is interesting while Debo's out. James Washington was really strong down the stretch last year.
Forgotten piece. Yeah, the forgotten piece.
Yeah.
Okay, remind me on that one here. Okay, we're waiting on Sportsbook Wire to do a nomination.
No, you're the current.
Pardon?
It's your nomination.
I'm current. Oh, crikey. Thanks for letting me know. Jeez. I saw it down at the bottom where it's next. All right, there goes Chicago.
Yeah.
We'll see if I can get him for $1.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could.
Oh, no more redoing. Gee, many Christmas, you guys.
Okay, but as long as he lets you keep Chicago.
I don't know
Yeah.
who will.
He said after Chicago, so I think they're going to.
Oh, good. I got Chicago then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great.
I
I
would-
mean,
Yeah, fantastic.
you know what? They were the best defense by a mile, right?
Yeah.
And the Hicks was down last year, and now he's healthy.
Well, if the offense could score a little bit and actually lead some games, then the opposing team will have to take chances, and
Yep.
that will help the defense.
But right, defense thinks they need to be the ones.
I didn't understand what you said.
Right now, the defense, they need to outscore their own offense. They're trying to get it in.
I didn't think about that. That's good. All right, I got 3 more players to
$4.
hit.
Holy cow.
What's that?
$4 for Darrington Evans.
Yeah.
The Huddle find the guy to complete their roster. All right, so that's
Yeah, they're done, so it didn't matter.
yeah.
There's my guy.
And
I can't pick
$3. Well,
That's
football
smart,
guys
isn't
is
Well, that was smart. He knew he could get him, except for RotoViz, and RotoViz isn't bidding on him.
well, that's his last player too.
That is it. Oh, that was his last player? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you just put the remaining balance he had on him. We got four guys are done.
All right, good.
You nominate next.
Good. I think I'm going to nominate. I may nominate Bob's favorite, Josh Kelly. Because we've lost Bob.
Don't know.
I was trying to preserve my AirPods.
Oh, there we are. Cool. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Kelly is the guy that's been standing out to me.
So I've got 3 max bid. Should I bid 3 on Josh Kelly or try and get him for $1 or 2?
I try and get him for $1.
Yeah.
Probably won't, but
I mean,
Is it my nomination?
if you want to go 3 on,
no.
or do you want to do?
I
Blake Jarwin.
was talking and I didn't get my nomination in. I didn't know I was up yet. All right. I guess I'm getting Blake Jarwin.
Yep.
Tight end, upside tight end is not the worst thing.
I can think of worse things.
Right now, I'm not sure, but I guess since it's this late in the draft, it's okay. I can just cut them and pick somebody up. Well, that hurts. Wasn't watching what the hell I was doing.
Here goes Mike Williams. Oh, when Blitz says, I'll take.
Wow. I didn't want to do that.
Woo!
So you got 2 guys left to get.
Yeah. I can't believe I got that guy. What a stupid thing. I guess I could still try and get Kelly and then get a receiver, but I'm kind of low on receiver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lazard just put 3, or USA Today put $3 on Lazard.
All right. That's a good idea. Where's Lazard at?
No, he's on.
they
he's
just
being
did.
They've already bid and put $3 on him.
Okay. I need to.
Oh, and somebody's mad that they couldn't bid on Williams. What a mess. We'll redo it. Great idea.
All right. So I screwed up there. Wasted 1.
Lazard went for 4. What did you screw up?
I missed my bid. I was sitting here talking, and I didn't know I was about to hit Kelly, and we were talking, and the next thing I know, I ran out of time, and it put Blake Jarrett, so I got a tight end.
Like drawing, yeah. Upside.
Rock and roll, guys, so I can try and get Kelly. Now, what were we saying? Just try and bid Kelly for $1?
Yeah, see what happens. And the only other guy that really seems likely to... Oh, I guess so. I mean, the only guy, USA Today, RotoViz, I guess there's people with enough money. Big guy.
Well, I can bid 1, and if somebody bids 2, I could always bid 3, and then my last guy
Yep.
is $1. So maybe I should just bid 3 if I like the guy. But
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you could also try to get someone for $1 first, and then you got
Right, that's
$3 for
probably be my preference.
all right, so try and get somebody for $1. Maybe I ought to go for Lazard then.
You're up. Oh, they're back.
Well, he went for 4.
What'd you
He
say?
went for $4.
Lazard went for $4. So
Yeah. Okay. I don't have to worry about him.
No.
Who's the next one?
They're redoing a bunch of stuff.
So I could take Preston Williams, but Brad just said there was an issue with him.
I thought I heard that he wasn't ready yet.
When did you hear this?
Sure, a week ago or so.
I heard that he was going to be ready. Yeah, the reporting I saw was that they expected him to be ready, but let me double check.
Now maybe I'll just.
Oh, 1 day ago, Preston Williams is back. So
yeah, so he's off the pup. Is what I. Yeah. All right.
I will attempt to get him for $1 when I get a chance.
Yeah, that's good. Back, and that gets me back off of Parker where he's going. So.
There's DeAndre Washington. I'm letting him go. He's going to get him for $1.
You probably could have got him for $1 too.
Yeah. That's good value. That's good value. Definitely good value. Crazy things happen at the end of a auction fantasy draft, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, what, a 14th rounder? And
right. It's basically a free play and redraft as well, or best ball.
Yeah, but I still think he's a value because if he could be the number 2 running back there, and it's Kansas City. You know?
For sure, yeah. And didn't he play at the same college that Mahomes played at?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I don't know that it was at the same time, was it?
No, I don't think it was the same time.
I think they just saw him late last season with Oakland and were impressed.
Probably so.
Damian Harris, a $2 player, so maybe Josh Kelly will cost $3.
This is Mahomes' 3rd year, right?
Yeah.
This is Washington's 4th year. Maybe there was some overlap.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe.
Spend some money, guys.
$2 for Hines. Noah Fant.
I like him as a sleeper.
Oh, yeah. He definitely showed some capability there.
All right, Preston Williams. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Goodbye, Preston Williams. Should I go for 3?
Apparently.
Yeah, go for 3.
Okay.
And that's the end of him.
Yeah.
Wow.
I tried. Force those guys to spend more money. I'm running out of receivers here.
Now, I do like James Washington.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's go find Washington.
And Robbie Anderson's still there, right?
Nope.
No, he's gone.
How
He
come
was
it's
taken. Now I'm
Might
going to
need
go
to
all
refresh
the
your
way
thing.
around to my next pick to bid on that guy.
it shows. It's still showing a IQ.
I saw him go. I'm going to look at the roster page because I saw him drafted $4.
Yeah, I did too. You may
Was
have
it
to
a different
refresh.
Robbie Anderson?
Oh, yeah, here's a Carolina Robbie Anderson. What?
Wow. Oh, I wonder if they rolled him back.
Oh, it could be. They've been doing enough rolling back. I'll try him
Yeah,
out.
because he went for $4. Honestly, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
see
not.
if
No way I'm mistaken. That at some point he was nominated and drafted, and they must have unwound him.
yeah, and half the people are done now, so maybe you can give for $1. Or if you want to put
Entirely
three.
possible.
Yeah, let's see how I roll around. That's a few more before my pit. I could always bid 3 on them and then try and get
Yeah.
Kelly for $1.
I mean, if Ayuk's going for 1, I'm, you know.
If who's going for 1?
Ayuk just went for 1, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's been a
so
fun
USA
draft.
Today, let's big guy HF4, then you and Gridiron have 3. So if you go 3, you wipe out Gridiron, and you just have the 3 $4 guys to deal with.
Gotcha.
And there's Justin Jackson, as opposed to Joshua Kelly.
Yeah, let someone
He
go
went for
after
2.
him and see if someone pays for him. Yep.
See, Jackson's going
Okay,
for 2.
there
so-
is your $1 bid now would take out USA Today too, if he gets Justin Pace.
Yeah, good. So I've got to worry about the blitz and the big guy right now.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Hey, big guy. Make some bids.
And if you get Robbie Anderson for 3, you could also put the final guy on your team be Curtis Samuel for $1 maybe, and then
Yeah, he went real early in the draft.
Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, he went real early for $4. That surprised me.
Antonio Brown nominated.
Yeah.
All right, am I
Tough thing
still
about
here?
him. Yeah, the tough thing about
Can you guys hear
Antonio
me?
is
Yeah, I can
yes.
hear you.
Can you hear us? Can you
What'd
hear
you
us
say?
about?
Can you hear us, Bob?
Huh?
Can you hear us?
Not well, kind of a little bit out of one ear. My AirPods are dying. So I'm trying
So,
to
Brad,
charge
what
one
were you
at a
saying
time.
my strategy should be?
Well, I thought Curtis Samuel was still there, but if he's gone, that doesn't work. So I like your idea of $3 on Robbie Anderson. Other $1 receivers could be a Mohamed Sanu, a Tyrell Williams.
Yeah. I'll go for 3 here. Cam Newton for a big buck. Ty Higgins only went for 2. That's pretty good.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to play this year. If AJ Green's as good as looks as good as they say, I don't know if he'll ever see the field.
That's a good point.
I think he was drafted for the future. You know, thinking AJ Green's a year away. Your bid or nomination?
Yep, thank you. I just put in Robbie for 3. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so they must have reversed that because I remember him going.
Yeah, I know for sure he went.
Yeah, I guess I got him.
Get him for
Yeah.
$1 cheaper too.
Yep.
All right, so I have Robbie Anderson. So now I'm down to 1 player, so I could try and get
One
Kelly. It's going to be one of those things where you keep trying to get people and then people outbid you. So what have I got? I have to wait for my
Well,
nomination, too.
I mean, I think everyone's nominating players they want right now.
Yeah. Hey, we're creeping up on 4-hour draft. It's a little longer than I was expecting, maybe 3 to 3.5.
Big guy's got a $2 max. Blitz has a $4 max. Those are the only guys. The only guys who could. And Big only got 1 spot left, so if he nominates before you, then it would just be blitzed.
Ah. Well, we'll see what happens. This has been fun. And and hopefully educational for the viewers.
Appreciate your
So,
Yeah,
The
thanks
joint-
for,
Most,
thanks for popping in, because this has been great.
gets my juices flowing. So
Yeah, it's nothing like, well, this is a real draft. It's not a mock, but it's real. So
right.
that helps a great deal as far as doing some analysis.
Yeah, it's kind of suck. I'm not going to Vegas this year, so it kind of feels
yeah,
like someone
it's kind
stole.
of
Yep, that is. It's been a lot of years. We've been going to Vegas. How many years in a row? Correct. I didn't even think about
You need
it.
to
wow,
reload
yeah.
him.
Oh yeah, here just a sec.
I think 2003 was my first year there.
Was it
Yeah, I wasn't there the very first year.
the first year?
WPOP.
002.
I think I was there year 3 or something.
All right. Yeah, we could probably look it up somewhere.
I remember, I think your 5th year, I was up in the balcony
Oh yeah,
with
Riviera.
Nick. Yeah, was that? It could have been the Riviera. Yeah, and so you featured one league. I just happened to be in it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I was a neophyte at the time, but Nick Bakai was in that draft.
I remember him being up there. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a crack up. All right, am I getting close to my bid? Not really. I guess I should look for some other players just in case Joshua
But
doesn't.
big none. There's only one guy who can steal a player
Okay, that's good.
from you. That's Split.
Yeah, he's got 3 left. Maybe he'll pick
Getting
up.
$2 on Lamar Miller. Man, that's
That's his final player. So you just
okay.
Okay, I'm next nomination.
Chris Thompson. Interesting.
Yep. Jacksonville.
Can he turn here?
Pardon?
Can he turn in a healthy?
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right, here goes Joshua. $1. Wait, I hit $1 and it didn't let me nominate him. Here we go again. Okay, why can't I nominate Joshua here? It's my nomination.
Yeah, you're probably going to need to say something because it's running out.
It's too late. Cute. Oh, well. All right.
They're stopping for everything else. So.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, tell them to stop.
I don't care. I'll pick up.
Fair enough.
We're done.
Go get a kicker.
There you go.
I need a cut a kicker, cut a tight end, and pick up the guys I want.
Wow.
Well, great draft. Well, if the guy's still there, maybe I'll tell
I would tell them right now I wanted to nominate Josh Kelly, and it wouldn't let me. I'd like him, and they'll roll it back because they've rolled back every other person in this draft.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about it. How many players are left? 1, 2, 3, 4 guys left.
Yeah. One guy's got 8 spots to fill.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to worry about it.
And so there's still 19 noms to do.
I'll let it go. So I'm done. And I'll have to do some
Okay.
occasions to clean those 2 things up.
Once again, everyone hanging out on the live feed, thanks for your time and for following along. I posted the schedule in the chat for the coming weeks. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. for an Ask Me Anything session. So we'll catch you then. Thanks again.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brad.